Yeah, the three of us are here. Marvin, go right on the end.
The meeting of the Monroe Township Board of Education will now come to order. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Marvin, where do you want to sit? You want to sit on this one? Okay.
Mr. Gorski, roll calls.
Ms. Arminio.
Here.
Mr. Braverman.
Here.
Ms. DeMayo.
Here.
Mr. Kaufman.
Here.
Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Here.
Mr. Nostine.
Here.
Mr. Poi.
Here.
Mr. Prezioso. Mr. Ryback.
Here.
Mr. Zarneski.
Here.
Mr. Board President, you have a quorum present this evening. In accordance with the provisions of the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Law, the Monroe Township Board of Education has caused notice of this meeting to be published by having the date, time, place thereof posted March 6, 2015 at all schools, in the Home News Tribune, Cranberry Press, and filed with the clerk of the municipality.
Thank you, Mr. Gorski. At this time, I will read the closed session resolution. Be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Township of Monroe hereby moves to go into closed session in accordance with the Sunshine Law, Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975, to discuss the following subject: Superintendent Search Deliberation Process. The discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public at such time as the need for confidentiality no longer exists. I anticipate that this session may last up to 45 minutes. I apologize for that, but this is a very important matter that we have to take care of this evening.
So moved.
Do we have a
Second.
Okay. Nostine and Ryback. So at this time, we will move to closed session, and I anticipate we'll be back around 6:45. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, we have to vote on that, don't we?
Anthony's here.
Mr. Prezioso.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Kaufman abstains.
So noted.
So the motion passes. We'll now move to closed session. Thank you. The Monroe Township Board of Education would now like to resume with our public meeting. At this time, we will hear reports from our student members. Mr. Tharney? Yeah, just right there.
Good evening, members of the public and of the board. The many clubs and organizations throughout the district and the respective students therein are continuing to engage in programs for the extension and the betterment of their education, as well as the school community. The MTHS Media Center participated in the 11th annual One Book Read. This consisted of a community of students as well as staff to further engage in literary analysis, as well as recreational reading. At the DECA State Conference, several teams as well as individuals in the high school were recognized for their hard work, preparation, and success in their respective business, marketing, finance, and administrative-related categories, and have qualified for the DECA International Career Development Conference, where they will go on to continue with the next stage of their competition. In addition, students through the Monroe Township High School's chapter of the Future Business Leaders of America also had several students place in their conference in qualifying for the national competition, and a group for a second FBLA competitive event also placed third within the nation. The wrestling team also won the District 20 championship title and second place in the GMC competition. And the girls basketball team will go on to participate for the first time in the Greater Middlesex Conference Championship. The winter track team won the divisional relay race, and the Youth in Government chapter will be participating in the pre-legislative conference this Sunday at North Hunterdon Regional High School, where they will have the opportunity to interact with students who have similar interests in government and politics, as well as developing and working on their bills, as well as bills or assignment projects. The program consists of a legislative, judicial, lobbyist corps, press, and executive branch, through which students are able to participate in a mock session of the New Jersey state government. Miss Ielpi, a counselor at the high school, was nominated for an award through the National Life Group Insurance Company for her dedication to student development and making a difference in student lives. And finally, the Mill Lake School will be organizing a Kicks for a Cause event 6 p.m. at the Monroe Township Recreational Center for benefiting a Mill Lake preschooler who is battling neuroblastoma. That concludes the student board members' report.
Thank you, Mr. Thorney.
Mr. President, may I?
Yes.
Mr. Thorney was, and I have to apologize for not bringing the article in the newspaper. It didn't have anything to do with the school, but he won a award, and if you can just give him a minute or so. I don't have all the details, so I'm going to ask him to just, Ted, I think we should be proud of him for what his accomplishment is. So, may I?
All right, thank you. So that was a program that was organized within the American Legion. It is an oratorical contest that the high school takes part in. A couple of students throughout the high school were developing orations, which consisted of a memorized 8 to 10 minute speech on a citizen's duty to government under the Constitution, and then had to memorize 4 3 to 5 minute speeches on different aspects of the Constitution relating to topics on assigned amendments. And then students who competed in the high school through the local American Legion post advanced to the county, and then would continue further.
And what was your award?
First in the post, and then second in the county.
I don't know if you heard that. First in the post and second in the county. We should be very proud of him and the school system that brought him there. Thank you. Thank you.
At this time, we will have a presentation by Mr. Ventrullo and Mr. Gorski, followed by a public hearing on the preliminary 2015-16 school budget.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for attending tonight's Board of Education meeting. I'm Mr. V, the interim superintendent. This is Mr. Gorski, our business administrator and board secretary. Dr. Alvick is not able to attend this evening. She has a little touch of the flu. Tonight has been a collaboration as far as the budget presentation, a collaborative endeavor. And I want to give credit to Mr. Gorski especially for the endless hours, and believe me, there's been many, that he put into the budget process and tonight's presentation. I also want to thank Dr. Alvick as well, too. Very good. I want to introduce maybe each of the board members as well, too, if they could just turn around and raise their hand so this way everybody can see you. I didn't want to put you on the spot, but since we have a lot of people in the audience, maybe we could just do that. Mr. Doug Poore, the board president. Mr. Thomas Nothstein, vice president. Ms. Michelle Arminio. Mr. Marvin Braverman, Ms. Jill DeMayo, Mr. Lou Kaufman, Ms. Kathy Kajupanowicz, Mr. Anthony Prezioso, Mr. Stephen Ryback, Mr. Robert Zarneski, the Jamesburg representative, and also, and certainly, we value our student board representatives, Corey Hayter and Nicholas Tharney. Finance Committee. I want to thank the members of the Finance Committee for all of the time that they put in deliberating on the budget. Mrs. Kathy Kajupanowicz is the chairperson, former board president. Mr. Thomas Nothstein, vice chairperson. Mr. Lou Kaufman, former board president. Mr. Anthony Prezioso, former finance chairperson, and Ms. Jill DeMayo. Our vision statement: the Monroe Township Board of Education commits itself to all children by preparing them to reach their full potential and to function in a global society through a preeminent education. The mission statement: Monroe Public Schools, in collaboration with the members of the community, shall ensure that all children receive an exemplary education by well-trained, committed staff in a safe and orderly environment. District goals. Goal 1, continue to adopt a strategic plan and implement the goals articulated in the plan, including communication and community engagement over the 2014-2015 school year, and our strategic plan is an ongoing document. Goal 2, identify and develop a schedule for and reviewing, evaluating, and assessing current programs and structures, including AP and AVID programs as measured by student academic success and cost effectiveness. And Mr. Gorski, maybe we could just have a couple words on that?
Yes.
Get out of your way.
Yes. From an organic start, we met with the principals and administrative stakeholders in the district on AP and AVID programs, and we have fruit to bear in this year's budget pertaining to both of those. AP testing, the district has grown from years ago where we only offered 5 AP tests to currently over 30 or 40.
It is.
And all of those are going to remain in the budget. They're expensive to proctor and to offer, and they will all remain. But the cost of the exam will now be passed through to the parents. And that's commensurate with all the other school districts in the county that we've surveyed, and many, if not all, of the districts in the state. The way that works is the student takes an AP test. You get a 4 or a 5 score, which is the highest score, and you get waived out of certain 101 type classes at a college level, so you save those tuition costs. So it's only a fair matching that the cost of taking the test, which leads to the saving on tuition, be passed to the parents instead of the taxpayers. And the AVID program, we work closely with Dr. Alvick, and we've eliminated $16,000 of redundant training for the program, and instead we're going to use a turnkey program where those who have learned and mastered the material to teach AVID are going to pass it through to their colleagues, and that saves $16,000.
Goal number 3 is to seek viable sources of alternative district revenue to provide support to the tax levy. And Mike, maybe you want to just talk about that care as well, to the Falcon Care?
Yes, currently the district has a lease agreement with the before and after school network for using our facilities to incorporate a before and after school care program. And it's been the desire of former board president, Mr. Lou Kaufman, and many board members for years to take over this endeavor and to reap all the profits in-house. And we have a very fine member of our central office team, Sharon Jensen, and Dennis Ventrillo and Dr. Alvick and I have worked, and we have developed a program that's going to be an in-house before and after school care program called Falcon Care. And instead of receiving revenues for use of building totaling $100,000 per year, which was our current agreement with the before and after school care network, we anticipate conservatively to have net income between $200,000 to $300,000 a year from bringing that program in-house. And from speaking to my educational cohorts, there's going to be more of a curriculum and more of an educational component to the program than ever before, leading to help us accomplish many of our district goals.
The board goals. Thank you, Mike. Successfully complete the search and employment of a new superintendent. That's why they went into closed session this evening. Complete the 214 board self-evaluation and review the results. Goal 3, review the board committee organization and structure processes. Goal 4, receive, review, and act on the recommendations of the ad hoc committee on growth and facilities. The executive summary, and this is important. The Monroe Township school budget for the 15-16 school year was developed within specific parameters set forth by the board's philosophy directive. It's been professionally constructed to afford every student an opportunity for an exemplary education by well-trained, committed staff in a safe environment. Opportunities made available through a comprehensive curriculum which offers diverse course offerings and co-curricular clubs and activities. We believe that our proposed budget continues to become more efficient as evidenced by a successful county budget efficiency review. It was the first one that I went on as an interim superintendent with Mr. Gorski. And just to let you know is that, so the superintendents and the BAs, and I'm a little bit off the line here right now, but I wanted to just say something, is that there was probably about maybe 6 districts in one room with the county superintendent. There was no doubt in my mind, obviously, is that Mr. Gorski's presentation, our presentation, was the best in the room, and it was complemented by the county superintendent as well as the other business administrators and superintendents. So kudos again to Mr. Gorski. Now this one is really important. I want to stress that student growth continues to weigh heavily on the budget. There would be actually a decrease in general fund appropriations compared to last year, except for the direct effects of student growth. Construction and new staffing requirements specifically driven by growth caused the general fund appropriations to increase by 2% compared to the prior year. So once again, is that our general fund budget would actually be less than last year if it wasn't for the increase in student enrollment.
In previous budget meetings, we were asked, why can't you curtail your costs and total line and not have increases? And we've shared the example in the past. You know, if an analogy is if you have a family of 4 at home, you can control your food costs by perhaps shopping down instead of buying the brand names, buying the house store name brands, and buying more in bulk and more efficiently. But you throw twins at the table and you bring the number up to 6, and it's very hard to show a decrease or contain that same budget. That's similar to what Monroe's been facing over the last few years. We've picked up over 1,200 students over the last 6 years. And the state has currently giving us less state aid than 6 years ago, despite our obligation to educate all of those 1,200 students. Regular students, special education students, you name it, we're obligated to educate them. We do a fine job, but that has a cost. And we're very proud to say that this year, under Superintendent Ventrillo's leadership,
I did like the degree change, though. I did.
You've earned it so far. We've asked all the principals and directors to go into this budget year with an empty shopping cart, with a zero-based approach that only reflects additions to the budget that you absolutely need. Look in every closet, see every supply item you have for next year. Don't just reorder if it's not necessary. And this really deserves emphasis. Our general fund appropriation, which includes teacher salaries, which are going up from contract, deservedly so, health benefits, which are increasing beyond any control that we have because we're Affordable Care Act complications and so on, and all the handling of student growth, our general fund appropriations would be less than last year if it wasn't for capital construction projects budgeted for the middle school to create more classrooms, which are desperately needed, and new teaching staff to fill those classrooms. That's remarkable.
This is yours.
Key budget considerations for this year are, number one, increased student enrollment. I have a slide coming up which shows a demographer projection for next year. And again, we're expecting a half of an elementary school of new students for next year. Comprehensive curriculum. Monroe has grown incredibly over the last decade to go from a rural community to an elite suburban school district right on the cusp of the best in the state in our group. Student-teacher ratios. We are working diligently to keep parity in the district. If you have two elementary schools with the same grade levels, the student-teacher ratios should be the same between the two schools. And we're working now with a demographer. We have a report on tonight that'll talk more about that. Aging facilities. Folks, with the exception of this school and Oak Tree, every one of our facilities needs roof address. We have schools like Applegarth that have boiler systems that were bought with New Deal money back in the 1930s. We have window systems, HVAC systems, all of which require capital-intensive improvement, some of which we're able to put in the budget, remarkably, with the cap. Others require a bond referendum. But for the 5 years that I've been the BA, we've picked up a roof project every year, and we continue to do so this year to the tune of about $2 million. Cap limitations. To go to cap does not afford us enough money to meet all of our financial obligations that are new for 15-16. It offers part of what we need to finance that. The rest has to come from efficiencies created within the existing budget. And finally, community impact. We are very sensitive to the taxes paid by this community. Going back to the 10-11 school year, the state shifted its obligation to fund public education to you by taking $4.4 million, or 95% of our state aid, and reducing it and giving a special allowance to roll it into the levy. Many districts use that because it would have a catastrophic effect on the operations for next year if you did not. So essentially, the state shifted $4.4 million of state funding for schools into the local levy, where it has remained ever since. 85% of the revenues to support the school district come from your local tax levy, and that's unprecedented. We feel your pain. We understand that 64% of the community resides in planned retirement communities. We're doing all we can to be responsible, but still to meet our number one goal, which is to educate students. What is the budget creation timeline? Well, it begins over the summer. In August, we have a special Board of Education meeting for the development of a board philosophy for the forthcoming year. We study historical enrollment patterns because the budget, again, is driven by student enrollment. We look at staffing needs to correspond with the new students. We work with the principals, again, from a zero-based approach to determine what's needed at every school to educate every student. We then engage in budget defense rounds where Mr. Ventrilo and Dr. Alvick and I make sure that all of the requested budget appropriations meet board goals. If they do not, they are not included in the budget and they do not proceed. We then wait for the governor's budget address. State aid by statute is required 48 hours after the budget address. Then we adopt the tentative budget, which is on the agenda for this evening. And finally, we have a public hearing in April. What programs are in this budget? Mr. Ventrilo, would you like to explain these? Sure.
Common Core state standards, we've been consistently revising our curriculum to meet the state standards, and each summer we consider which curriculum needs revisions, and we map our curriculum for vertical alignment. Our English language arts program for grades K through 8 includes a balanced literacy approach, which also includes phonics, grammar skills, reading, writing, speaking, viewing, and listening components. In grades K through 5, Envisions Math and Connected Math. In grades K through 5, students are taught the math standards through the Envisions Math program, and through in grades 6 through 8, the students utilize the Connected Mathematics program. Wilson Reading is helps students in special education classes, helps those special education students to develop their decoding strategies, and that certainly is a great program for the children. Each school offers the opportunity to participate in hands-on science programs, including our school gardens, and many schools have partnered with community groups and boy-girl scout troops to build and enhance our gardens, another great activity for the children. This year, we've implemented a world language blended learning environment for all students in grades 3 through 5. Students utilize the Rosetta Stone program to learn Spanish and also meet weekly with the world language teacher for lessons on culture and diversity. You've heard us talk about our preparations for PARCC testing, as you know. This has included technology integration throughout our classrooms, including Study Island word processing and assessment preparation through the Test Nav site. Our students utilize technology daily in lessons and research. The DRA2 assessment in grades K through 3, we utilize that assessment. It's developmental reading assessment. It's an individually administered assessment of a child's reading capabilities. It's a tool used by teachers to identify a student's reading level, accuracy, fluency, and comprehension. And once the levels are identified, a teacher can use the information to modify instruction. We offer many athletic and co-curricular programs for all of our students. Many of our sports teams have won championships, and our clubs and tag programs offer enrichment programs in many subjects for our students. And I think you heard this evening also is the fact that the high school girls basketball and the high school wrestling team have achieved some, trying to think what tournaments they achieved, but they we're very proud of their accomplishments. Since the inception of the HIB law, we have continued to expand our character education programs throughout our schools. The decrease in HIB instances is evidence of the success of our programs. We currently offer 25 AP courses and have 695 students enrolled. All students who are enrolled in an AP course take the AP exams. Our special education program offers many programs to meet the needs of our diverse population, and the preschool utilizes the high-scope curriculum, and we have continued our integrated preschool program. We use adaptive technology for the children in the special education programs as well, too. We also offer assessment and placement for any English language learners, and the extended school year program is also in place to assist those students who need it, so there is a minimal loss of skills over the extended summer break. Many opportunities are available to the adults in our community through the adult education program, and the offerings include the arts, computer technology, culinary arts, finance, family history, health, well-being, history, language, photography, and sports and fitness. The Teen Prevention Education Program, that's Teen PEP, is a program where students are teaching students about the importance of sound and informed decision-making and equipping them with the skills they need to make healthy decisions. Our Professional Development Program is a model program across the country. Staff members participate in year-long PD courses or create a project in collaboration with other staff members under the supervision of a district administrator. We also train our own security staff, our paraprofessional staff, and transportation staff. Every 10th grade student participates in the PSAT each year. For AVID, advancement via individual determination, that teaches skills and behaviors for academic success. It provides intensive support with tutorials and strong student-teacher relationships. It also creates a positive peer group for students and develops a sense of hope for personal achievement gained through hard work and determination. These are just some of the wonderful opportunities for all of our students. Monroe Township School District is one of 10 districts in the state of New Jersey that has been recognized in Innovate New Jersey. Innovate New Jersey supports innovation and practice by fostering sharing and collaboration among school districts. We have been recognized for our one-to-one technology integration at the high school, our AVID program, and our world language blended learning environment in grades 3 through 5. We were one of the first districts, as a matter of fact, to be recognized by this organization. Monroe Township High School has been recognized as a transformative school. The first annual Transformative School Awards recognized innovative high schools that utilize alternative learning and technology to modernize the educational experience. The high school exhibits an incredible focus on technology as a learning mechanism and has actually set a bar for connected classrooms. Programs include iPads for students and teachers to extend their education via 24/7 access to information, online course options, and amplified in-class experience through Apple TV, collaboration-based wikis, electronic books, and one-on-one electronic communications between parents and staff members. U.S. News and World Report identified Monroe Township High School as one of the best high schools in the country by awarding us the Silver Medal in 2014. There were numerous New Jersey schools in 2014 at that time. There are, I believe, were 24 for gold medals, 19 for silver, and 32 for bronze. And these are some of the programs that we offer our staff and students, and they've led us to these awards, and we will continue to provide an excellent education to all our students. Lots to be proud of. Mr. Gorski.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the return on your investment. Best high school, top transformative schools, top schools by Innovate New Jersey. Educationally, we are succeeding in our mission. Let's get into some of the numbers now, please. There's two types of state aid. Number one is the larger type of state aid called equalization aid. Many districts in the county that are similar to ours, such as South Brunswick, receive in excess of $20 million a year in equalization aid. This is determined by two factors, property wealth and income levels. Property wealth comes from ratables. Income levels come from the aggregate New Jersey 1040 filings where you have that 4-digit municipal code. The code for Monroe is aggregated, and according to the state, our district wealth and income is higher than that of our peers, and we are not eligible for any equalization aid. Separately is a type of aid called categorical aid, and by its very name, this is a type of state aid for various categories that the district qualifies for. Monroe receives special education aid, also park readiness aid, security aid, but we only receive a fraction of what we should receive. We have the most efficient transportation service in the county, one of the highest in the state, and that's determined by a rating from a very voluminous DRTRS fall report. But yet our state aid in these categories is limited and phased out because of our wealth and affluence, and a factor called over-adequacy status, which the state has frozen the model for the last 2 years to let it properly calculate and show the progress that we have been making reducing over-adequacy. State aid is 3.19% of our total revenues to support the school budget and is one of the lowest in the state, and has the lowest state aid per pupil ratios in the county. There are two reports that I handed out. One is titled A and one is B. Please refer to A for the next few minutes' comments. Sources of revenue is what defines the budget. You cannot have appropriations that exceed your revenues for the budget. And number one, we faced a challenge this year because surplus, also known as fund balance, has been shrinking as we've been budgeting more efficiently, more tightly to the line, and we've been using our annual school budget to address large construction infrastructure projects like roofs. We have a reduction in surplus from last year to 15-16 by $1.1 million. That means our 15-16 budget is $1.1 million shorter or shrunken than the prior year. Debt service is also reduced by $149,000 for a total of $1.3 million less in surplus than last year. Now, we may recall a board meeting many years ago where a resident came up and challenged Dr. Hamilton and said, you apply all this extra bond money to keep the taxes lower. Through the direction of Jerry Tague and then administration previous, we built this high school and had $8 million of referendum bond money left over as surplus, and we've returned it all to the taxpayers. We've done it on installments, which was intelligently designed to stimulate the tax situation in years where we've had a decline in ratables, and then to wean off in years like the last two where we've had a stabilization of ratables. This year, we only have $273,000 remaining in this bond account to close it out, and we are throwing it all at the tax levy to reduce it, but that means we are increasing the debt service tax levy by $2.26 million compared to the prior year. That does not affect the size of the budget, only the tax has a consequence. Local taxes, pursuant to the board's philosophy directive, we are at cap. We are not asking the voters for a special referendum to exceed the cap, although we certainly have means in order to spend the money if needed. There are construction projects throughout the district that need addressed, but hopefully we can package those into a bond referendum in the future. Other revenue consists of tuition from Jamesburg, and that's $271,000 less than last year. State aid is essentially the same as it was last year, and it's $500,000 less than it was 6 years ago, despite the fact that, again, we have over 1,200 additional students to educate. Federal aid does not contribute much to any school district's budget. They consider that funding an obligation of the state. And the total revenue this year is proposed to increase $1.92 million. Slide B shows the state aid history. And again, I've touched on most of this already, but we are inequitably funded compared to our peers for state aid. What did we do about it? Well, we've written our own in-house legislation that was sponsored by Senator Greenstein. You could see all that information on our website. It died in the closing of the last Senate, but it has been reintroduced into the Senate and the Assembly, and it is still very much alive, and we still speak with Senator Greenstein. The likelihood of this becoming law is remote, but we are demonstrating that we are doing everything possible, including writing our own legislation. I'm not an attorney. Mr. Ventrolo is not an attorney, but we wrote our own legislation in-house that was sponsored by Senator Greenstein and put on the floor. Miscellaneous revenue. For this year, we have use of building fees that we project to bring in $120,000. We have solar energy credits from Oak Tree School, $10,000 a year. They were much higher before when there was more available federal subsidies. Adult education program, $25,000. Transportation, jointures, and trips, $65,000. If we could find a colleague who's driving through our area, we'll share the cost with them and save money. Preschool integrated program, $100,000 a year. Interest income, $9,000. Admissions and sports, $25,000. Oprah fees, recycling grants, rebates, $79,000. This is an excerpt from Ross Haber and Associates report on enrollment, comparing the 14-15 and the 15-16 school years. As you could see, there is an anticipated 267 students for 15-16 that we don't have right now. That's a new school every 2 years. And this is nothing new, but it is intensifying now. Where does the money go? We're very proud that over 60% of our expenditures, when you add direct instruction expenses, benefits pertaining to teachers and direct instruction, athletics, co-curricular, transportation, is over 60% of every dollar spent. Appropriation detail is handout C. Forgive me for the handouts, but you could never incorporate these kind of schedules into a PowerPoint presentation. What I would like you to notice from handout C is the incredible number of reductions from this year to 15-16 as a result of, again, the zero-based budgeting approach, going through and really scrutinizing everything. In the Finance Committee meeting, we had board member concerns that we have enough in the budget and we're not cutting enough out to run short next year. What's going to happen if fuel prices rebound and don't recognize the savings you have in the budget? And admittedly, I am nervous because this is one of the tightest budgets that we've presented. But it's responsible to the taxpayers, and we believe as educators it meets the needs of the students most importantly. Some accounts turned into our favor, like energy costs dropped. Others still continue to be a challenge. Health insurance. The State Health Benefits Fund, which was designed to be an aggregate insurance fund for health by the state of New Jersey, is projecting increases next year at 13%. Because of our claims history, Horizon Blue Cross Blue Shield, which is a monopoly and controls 70% of the health insurance market in New Jersey, gave us a proposal for 15 to 16% increases for next year. On an account this size, that's more than we could even grow the budget. But through collaboration with our broker, who is one of the largest brokers in the world and brings a lot of clout to Horizon when they negotiate on our behalf, and through my tenacity in negotiating, we got Horizon down to an 8% increase next year. And through Chapter 78 contributions from staff, the health insurance increase is 2.8% for next year. That is very well controlled. And kudos to the board and the board's negotiating committee and the union's collaboration in agreeing in the last labor contract to pay Tier 4 the highest rate for Chapter 78 contributions, not for the first year of the contract as required by law, but for all three. That's over $3 million a year, $3.4 million a year we collect from staff, and that's how we're able to bring 8% down to 2.8. Administrative costs. Mr. Ventrilo and I are very proud to demonstrate that while the regional limit that you cannot exceed continues to increase, district administrative cost per pupil is decreasing. We work diligently in the business office to save money on every opportunity possible, no matter how small. Food services, we provide lunches to the Ed Service Commission. We recycle everything we can to get any scrap salvage value. Transportation services, we'll share any jointure with another district that's within reason to share the cost of the route. Purchasing, since I've been the business administrator, the board was supportive of joining a collaborative purchasing process for supplies with the Ed Service Commission, and to date we've saved over $1 million just on supply costs from buying through the consortium as opposed to buying under state contract or bid. Technology services. If you look on your phone bill, you'll see a federal tax. Well, that's one benefit to the school district is we get rebates on technology expenditures for utilities. And insurance and coverage and benefits, we have property and casualty insurance in School Boards Association Insurance Group and the Eric North Subfund. What factors influence the tax rate? Well, number one, state aid. If we receive $20 million of equalization aid like our colleagues, the tax rate here in Monroe would be significantly less. But we don't. We're considered, again, affluent and wealthy, and this is what we have to deal with. And, you know, the public's tired of hearing about this, but that's the truth. Number two, fund balance applied. I talked about that earlier. Number three, ratables. We're fortunate this year that we have a 2% increase in ratables. And what are ratables? Ratables are the property valuations throughout the township that share the local tax levy based upon their property wealth. And number four, increased student enrollment has a great effect on appropriations. Again, general fund appropriation spending would be less than last year had it not been for the required construction and the teachers needed to fill the classrooms for growth. How does it affect my pocketbook next year? Well, it's a 4.5-cent increase to the budget, which for an average assessed home at $309,000 is a $138 increase. However, without the effect of the middle school construction, which is required for growth to house students, and the requisite number of staff to fill the classrooms, we would have a 2.6 cent increase, or $81.76. Folks, I've been here 15 years. I've seen a lot of tax schedules. This is attractive. This is below the median. This is extraordinarily attractive. But, you know, some things you don't have a choice on.
Finally, over the last 3 years, had it not been for the effects of growth, which we actually went through the last 3 years' budgets and calculated specifically, there would be a cumulative decrease to the tax levies. And finally, a lot of professionals have collaborated in the assembly of this year's school budget. It's a process that begins back in April. It's not over yet. And I would like to thank Laura Allen and Dr. Alvick and especially Dennis Ventrilo, who took a much more conservative approach and had the respect of his colleagues this year like never before in putting together a budget that is very conservative and, most importantly, meets the needs of every student. Thank you. Now, this evening we are going to have a public hearing as soon as we're seated, and that's an opportunity for the public to ask questions specifically and only about the school budget.
For your convenience this evening, there's a microphone in both of the aisles, so use whichever one is most convenient for you. At this time, we will take comments or questions from the public on the budget presentation for the next school year. Please keep in mind that when you come to the microphone, you need to state your name and address, and also keep your comments to 3 minutes or less. We thank you for your cooperation in abiding with those regulations. Okay, the floor is now open to questions or comments specifically on the budget.
Good evening. My name is Joe Castelluccio, 20 Ashley Court, Monroe. Thank you, Mr. Gorski. That was a very good presentation. Mr. Ventrilo. I've mentioned this before, and I really hope that we can get somebody to step up to the plate. You talked about creating your own legislation. You already have this legislation. It's called the U.S. Constitution. The 14th Amendment specifically. The one thing I don't understand is why our students are not treated equally. When we talk about how there's legislation that says we're affluent, that we don't get what our peers get, it's a little bit of bias there, a little bit of prejudice there. And equal protection under the law, which is, again, you cannot have a state law that trumps the U.S. Constitution. And the U.S. Constitution says that every U.S. citizen, which includes the Monroe Monroe Township students, should get treated equally. How can the state make legislation and determine who gets what tax dollars? We put tax dollars in, we should be able to get our fair share back, like everyone else. I know about the PC part, so I'm not going to go there, but nonetheless, we have to have somebody that steps up to the plate and uses the U.S. Constitution that's there for all of us. Our students should be getting exactly what everybody else is getting. Quite frankly, should be getting a little bit more. But I'm just going to tell you that if we could get a group of people that will put a little time in, if we can get some, I'm sure there's a retired attorney in one of the retirement communities, and maybe there's somebody who's not retired that would be willing to put that, we can fight it and we can get it. I think the people in New Jersey, Feinstein, whoever, I don't care whether they're Democrats or Republicans, they're all doing this for political reasons, and we must be able to step up to the plate, use the U.S. Constitution, 14th Amendment, equal protection under law. It was written with the 13th and the 15th, right after the Civil War. That's what we need right now, and we need somebody to do it, and I hope somebody here will step up to the plate, and I'll be willing to donate as much of my time and energy to it. I hope that you will take that challenge. Thank you.
Mark Klein, 7 Crenshaw Court, back from Florida. What the gentleman just said is true when it comes to the federal government, but more so is what I've preached for the last 2 years or longer is the state constitution, Section 3, Paragraph 1 and 2. Paragraph 1 states that the New Jersey government is responsible for providing free public education to all its residents ages 5 to 18. That's free public education to all. Paragraph 2, the state legislature is responsible for setting aside the funds to provide free public education to ages 5 to age 18. If we, the taxpayers, are paying 97% of the cost of education, that is not free public education, and that's in violation of the state constitution. As far as the meeting that we had at the Budget and Appropriations Committee in Trenton, supposedly Linda Greenstein was pushing to help us get more money. That was a ploy. That was to get more votes. I was there. I heard what some of the senators' responses were. It was a bunch of baloney. The reason why we don't get our fair share, and I think Mr. Gorski will go along with this or correct it, is the fact that they go by property wealth. So they take total population, divide it by the students, and that's property wealth. Well, if you have 50% to 55% of your total population over ages 55 with no children, that's a false figure, and we're being penalized for that. I would like to see, as I've said before, that we look into suing the state to get our fair share according to the state constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandy Efron at 110 Turnberry Drive. I'm not sure if this is in the budget or being considered. It's MECA, M-E-C-A. And this is something, unfortunately, that is a program that I'm against.
Excuse me, sir, but your comment has to apply strictly to the budget. There will be an opportunity later on to speak to that topic.
So it's not in the budget?
I don't believe so. Well,
It's not being considered for the budget? Go ahead.
MECA has no budget implication, and as Board President has mentioned, there will be an opportunity at the next public forum right after the budget's concluded to address MECA, as well as anything else on the agenda.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that's a money-losing proposition, and as such, isn't that part of the budget consideration?
Sir, it's a different fund. It has nothing to do with the budget that we're speaking to, so I ask you to please hold your comment until the next public forum, which will be in a few minutes.
Oh, okay.
Good evening, Ira Tesler, 11 Elliott Drive. I'd like to thank Mr. Gorski and Mr. Ventrilo for an excellent presentation. One quick question about the budget. I know you were looking into the one-to-one initiative, the iPad initiative, and there wasn't any mention specifically in the budget about that, and what is included in next year's budget for that initiative.
The one-to-one initiative is a program that has been established by the board previously. It is currently offered as a one-to-one educational device to every high school student and staff member. There's learning that is being presented on the devices. The devices encourage student collaboration after hours and excitement and interest in learning that is hard to do with just a textbook. That said, there is a lease appropriation in the budget for $400,000 for 15-16 school year. And that number was calculated conservatively working with Mr. Reggie Washington and Dr. Dori Alvik to determine the various platforms that are being considered now, what we would recognize as an estimate of the bid for sale for the current devices that have exceeded their useful life, and the net effect on a lease. And again, that figure that's in the budget is $400,000. It will remain in the budget as a program, until recommended by the superintendent, and then it would take a resolution of the board to remove it. So there is an appropriation for $400,000 for the iPad continuance, not necessarily iPad, one-to-one initiative in the budget.
All right, so the money's there, but we're not sure exactly what device is going to be used yet.
That's
Okay,
correct.
thank you.
I'm Manish Balchandani, I'm 30 Castlebury Way. I just have a quick question which I tried to understand. You said this year there's transfer from other fund $2.5 million down to $273,000 in this year. Can you again explain what that is?
Sure, I'd be happy to. When we built this high school, bonds were sold to the public through municipal bond sale.
Right.
To get the revenue to build the school.
Right.
And through the direction of Mr. Jerry Tague, who's in the audience, the project was completed on time and $8 million under budget.
Okay.
And we've taken that $8 million and returned it on installments over the last few years back to the taxpayers as tax relief.
Okay.
Instead of raising debt service funds for interest and principal needed for the next year, we substituted the bond referendum proceeds in lieu of that tax levy. That money is now extinguished except for $273,000. So comparing to last year, there will be an increase in the debt service tax rate because you no longer have that surplus to substitute for principal and interest required to be raised through the debt service levy.
Okay, so debt service, that's why the debt service then how come your debt service is going down from 155,000 to 5,900 in your fund balance?
The debt service revenue is increasing $2,724,833 compared to last year. So the amount of money that we have to raise through the debt service tax levy is increasing $2,724,833 from Exhibit A.
Yeah, I'm looking at it, so I'm sorry, I'm talking about the fund balance debt service. It says it was 155,000, it's going down to only 5,900.
Yes, the state statute requires that any fund balance be appropriated to subsequent years' budget use instead of raising taxes. And we had $149,000 of surplus decreased in the debt service fund because we had $155,000 remaining before and only $5,900 from last year. The reason we had so much from that prior year was a bond refunding, where we were able to save that on interest costs through the refunding of bonds.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I recognize the budget is very complex, and I would welcome any email or call on the subject matter.
Nelson Chen, 4 Ashley Court. Again, very nice presentation on the budget. I'd like to thank you and the rest of the board for working so hard. I didn't get here early enough, so I don't have the handouts, but I did notice on one of your slide presentations that you talked about revenue and there was $100,000, I guess, from the Latchkey program coming in. Is that correct?
I beg your pardon, $100,000 from what?
The Latchkey program, the after-school care program?
Yes. Currently, the Before and After School Care Network has a lease agreement with the district to pay $100,000 a year for use of our facilities to provide a before and after school care program.
Okay.
The board has passed a resolution directing administration to create our own in-house before and after school care program, which will be in the future known as Falcon Care. And that program is anticipated to bring in between $200,000 and $300,000 of net profit, exceeding what we were receiving from the Before and After School Care Network.
Perhaps it's in the handout or not, but like I said, I didn't get the handouts. Was there ever any revenue attributed to the MECA program on that slide? I didn't see that on there. I'm just inquiring. I know there's another section that will be discussed, but
no. The MECA program is a separate fund. It is not included in the general fund, debt service fund, special projects fund.
Under that revenue section I'm talking about.
No, there's nothing in the revenue section pertaining to MECA.
Am I to understand from that there was no income from that?
There is income from that.
Okay.
It's been paying back the loan, but it's not part of the budget presentation. It borrowed money from the general fund years ago and has been paying $5,000 a month religiously since resolution's been passed by the board.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm Natesan, 6 Barclay Drive. And this is regarding the before care and after care. Right now it is being taken care by BAS. And you said like it's going to be by the in-house, which is really appreciated. But my question here is, previously I was staying in Piscataway. There I was like paying like $250 for before care and after care. Here it's like close to $500. So it's double the price, right? So with the in-house, okay, we are planning to raise some fund from there. Is there going to be like some advantage to us also? Like kind of reducing the cost from high 500 to something less?
There has been no fee structure that's been expressed yet for the Falcon Care program. So unfortunately, I cannot compare to what you're paying now. But I can say that the projected revenue structure for the Falcon Care revenue will be less than what we understand to be charged right now by the Before and After School Care Network. Stay tuned, that'll be released shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Deb Palella, 15 Louise Lane. Quick question regarding U.S. Constitution, New Jersey Constitution. I was there at the meeting in Trenton when Senator Greenstein went up and presented, and I remember Senator Ruiz turning around so bluntly saying, well, maybe there's someone in my district who wants more money, so why would I give your district money? And it was very disheartening, and I think we were all kind of took it as, geez, this is getting nowhere. So out of curiosity, besides getting a lawsuit against our own state, is there something else we as the people could do to help fight that we're only getting the 3%? And, what else can we do? Is there any direction you can give us to maybe make any sort of difference or make our voices heard, whether it's Governor Christie or whomever? Thank you.
Yes. The district, under the current and previous administration of superintendent, has looked at every avenue to address the underfunding in state aid. We've met with counsel from Wilentz, Goldman, and Spitzer, the former board attorney, and we were advised against proceeding with a lawsuit against the state. The reason for that is the state has an obligation under the Constitution to fund the schools, to ensure that the school's adequacy budget is funded. What is the adequacy budget? It's a very complex calculation that takes into consideration your number of students, your number of special education students, and it multiplies it by a think tank's model of what a school district should cost per pupil in those various categories and comes up with an adequacy budget. The state hasn't followed that model for the last 2 years, and they haven't used current enrollment information. So the model has been suspended. But the state feels that a local fair share is the obligation that's required by the population to fund the adequacy budget. And in Monroe's case, the state has determined that Monroe can meet its local fair share on its own, and they're happy to let you do so. What can we do about it? We've looked at the possibility of a lawsuit. We've written our own legislation, which is on our website, and I would encourage anybody to look at it. It's very complex, and it was a great endeavor by our district to do. It's still alive and has a shot. I would recommend writing to the state legislature and the governor and say that you're fed up with the amount of taxes that you're paying in Monroe. It's not an administrative problem at the district level. It's a funding problem. And address it that way, because the governor likes to make claims that, yeah, I know about Monroe. They went over cap, referring to an immaterial error that occurred with the municipality years ago. Both the municipality and the school district are very well run. We could be run better and more responsibly to you if we received our fair share of state aid. And nobody can convince me that South Brunswick should receive over $20 million of adequacy aid, equalization aid, and Monroe received nothing. I drive through the communities. I don't see that great of a wealth and income level.
Can I come again? Can I ask again? Okay. Okay, so again, Manish Balchandani, 30 Castleberry. One quick question. You showed, and I think you tried to show that analogy, that there were like 267 additional students this year. You should try to show the family of 4 going to 6. That makes sense as long as if there is no new homes being built and construction. So I'm assuming that when 267 students are coming, additional students in each year, we know a lot of new construction that's going on. I'm in one of that new construction, even though I was past Monroe resident myself. But I can tell you for sure, at least from what I have seen around Applegarth Road, there are definitely 100 homes that have come up in last 1 year, for sure. Has this budget taken into account the additional tax revenue that Monroe will receive? Because you're showing $3.5 million increase in general fund when we know, based on the tax assessment that we are receiving, that our taxes now, which was 100% of the assessment last year, is going to be 96.9% this year. So in a way, it's about 3.5% increase just by that. And you're also showing about 3.5% increase, 3.88%. So if there are going to be so many new homes built, and if they're going to be, those homes are approximately, give or take, in the range of 600,000, give or take, whatever it may be. At that rate, at what you showed, and whatever the taxes may be, if they come out to be, I'm assuming, I'm giving all ballpark numbers, don't quote me on that, 600,000, 2.4%, 13, 14,000, 100 homes, $1.5 million. Is that being accounted in this? I mean, when you say 267 students, I'm pretty sure they come with their share of taxes along with them. Not all of them, some of them, maybe more than half of them. Question.
Number one, in addressing your question, I would like to talk about first the impact of the students on the district. Every student on average is about $15,000. So 267 times $15,000 is $4 million of cost that the district's going to have to incur to educate those students on average. There is, in some states, something called an impact fee. That's where the builders who are profiting by building the homes have to pay a certain surcharge or bounty to the school district to make up for the consequence that it has on the schools and the infrastructure in town. That is not allowed in the state of New Jersey. It does increase the rateable base. As I mentioned previously, the ratables have grown 2%. So when the ratables grow, more people are sharing to pay for the levy, and everybody has to pay a little bit less because there's more sharing. So inherently, the new homeowners that are moving in are sharing with you in the burden to educate the schools and run the municipality and so on. But there's no other relief for the school district other than the fact that ratables grow, which does reduce your tax rate, period.
So I'm not saying it should provide relief. I'm not saying, I don't know how much tax rate has at all reduced, at least in last so many years. Like I said, I was a Monroe resident on Mill Lake side. Now I've moved towards Applegarth Road. But the point is, yes, you said it came with $4 million. You're showing general fund increasing by $3.5 million. Your difference at the bottom of the total revenue is $2 million, right? That's what you're showing, that the increment, probably people will have taxes increase or whatever you might be considering. You're showing at the bottom, the total revenue increases by $2 million. That's your gap, increase from last year's budget. So in essence, when 267 students, additional students, come for education or join the schools, they would come, not only are the taxpayers paying more taxes than last year, or will pay more taxes than last year, based on what we are hearing from County Tax Assessment Office, but they also come with additional taxes. I'm not yet 100% sure, like, if I'm just looking at the high level, the numbers, 3.5% increase in taxes.
Sir, the time's up, but I get the essence of your question.
Okay.
And there is something in New Jersey called a tax levy cap that was implemented in the tax law of 2010.
I know that.
That allows you to grow your budget from last year's general fund levy by taking last year's general fund levy, adding an enrollment adjustment, which is conservative, multiplying it by 2%, and adding a health care adjustment, which again is really immaterial. So the amount you can grow your budget by is capped.
The enrollment adjustment does not keep up with the number of students here. So we have not enough revenue coming from taxes to keep up with the appropriations needed to educate 267 new students, which requires us to go into existing programs and services, operate more efficiently, and save money to make up the difference.
If I may, yes, but just let me comment on that gentleman's question there. I believe this was in your question. In determining the amount of revenue that would be raised through the property taxes, yes, any new homes that were built since the last time that was determined a year ago has been taken into account. So all new construction that has been finalized that's on the tax books, that does bring more revenue into the school system. But as Mr. Gorski pointed out, if, and this is not a hard figure, but if it takes $15,000 on the average to educate one student for that year, and if you buy a home and you have one child going to the school system, and let's say you paid $10,000 in school taxes, someone else is having to pick up the other $5,000. It's having to, because you're not bringing in enough tax to pay for the education of that one child. If you are sending two children to the school system, then that's $30,000. But your taxes are contributing $10,000. That leaves $20,000 yet to be made up. Now, if in fact you live in a much more modest home, where maybe your taxes are only $4,000, then that leaves a difference of $11,000 that has to be made up by other taxpayers. So it's unfortunate, but those are the facts in terms of how the property taxes work. 56% of if you want to come to the microphone, you can do that. Yes, Mr. Castelluccio.
Thank you. Mr. Gorski, can you just go over the debt services? Because when the bond was issued a number of years ago, interest rates were much higher. Is there a refunding provision that you have where you can continuously come to market and take advantage of lower interest rates so that the debt funding services would be lower?
Yes, I'm glad you asked, and in fact, with the business administrator's report tonight, I want to talk about a current bond refunding that we're engaged in for the 2008 series, which is the high school bonds. But I can say that we've had two prior bond refundings, and if you bear with me one moment, I have a schedule on that. Well, I don't want to hold you up, but let me find it, and when I get my business administrator report, I'll tell you what we saved from the debt service obligations for those two prior refunded bonds, and we just did a $60 million bond refunding. We priced the bonds last Monday, and I have an interesting story to talk about briefly when I get to my business administrator's report, but we look at every opportunity where interest rates fall to where we have a 3% net present value savings on the bonds. And that includes the cost of refunding. And we've met that benchmark 2 times previously, and we've refunded those at great savings numbers. I just have to find them. And we have another one tonight that I'm very proud to show you in a few minutes.
Are there any more questions or comments on the budget?
I'm Farah Polia, 6 Sherry Lane. It seems like a common thing that's being said tonight is that with all the new construction, there's so many more students, and it's really sort of creating a crisis for us in the school system, especially, those of us who have little kids. We're obviously very concerned. Like, does anybody here or anybody talk to, like, the zoning board or people who are in the position to, like, approve these monster developments? Like something like Celebrations, which is going to be all small unit, apartments, condos, 450 units. They're not going to probably generate a lot of tax, but I can guarantee you at least half of them are going to have 1 or 2 kids each. I'm just wondering, like, is there any communication with, like, zoning or to say, listen, we're having a big problem in Monroe, you can't keep approving such big developments?
Yes, I'm pleased to say that we do work very collaboratively with the zoning and planning board, also the township officials, the mayor, Wayne Hamilton.
And I can say that from my knowledge with the township, there has been an emphasis to try to create more commercial ratables and less residential properties for the sensitivity towards the schools. So we have a very good collaborative relationship with the township. The mayor was very influential years ago in getting the land donated from a developer that we built Oak Tree School on, which saved taxpayers from bonding for it otherwise. So the answer is yes, we do work very collaboratively with the township.
Okay.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Klein, are you coming to the microphone?
The young lady who just spoke, where she quoted 529 units, let me update you. You have roughly 4 to 5 family communities being built as of today. You have 2 approved condo and apartment complexes. One on Spotswood Englishtown Road, across from the Stone Museum, which will be roughly 529 condos and apartments. And the same builder has been approved on Perrineville Road from where Make-A-Wish Castle is to 33 and out. That's going to be 729 or 749 condos and apartments. So something that was brought up, and Mr. Poy hit the nail right on the head. If it costs $15,000 a year to educate a student in Monroe, and they purchase a home, the federal average per family is, I believe they say 1.7 children per family, rounded out to 2. If you're paying $12,000 in property tax, and you have 2 children, you're in the hole for $15,000 that we have to pay for. When you go into these condos, which are going to be owned, and their property taxes will be a lot less, or the apartments, which are going to be rentals, and how they work out taxes on that is beyond me. All you got to do is go towards Englishtown, and right before you get in Englishtown, look on the left. Those townhouses, that was supposed to be affordable housing. They pay no school taxes. They pay pilot, which is something in place of taxes. Go take a look at how many bicycles are on the terraces, how many kids are going to those schools. The problem we have here today, we knew about 5, 6, 7 years ago. The problem was that the superintendent that we had at the time did not want to address it. All this study was done originally on redistricting.
Mr. Klein?
I'm almost finished.
No, you are finished. Thank you.
Okay.
And
that's the story.
I want to point out that when people come to the microphone, their comments and questions should be addressed to the board and not to fellow members of the public. So please keep that in mind in the future. I felt that Mr. Klein had a relevant comment, though, since we were talking about budget and taxes. So I did permit him to go on, but normally that would not be allowed. Any other people want to speak with questions or comments on the budget? Okay, so...
Still open? Or
well, you've had, I think, about 3 opportunities to speak.
yeah, I did. I'm not going to take 3 minutes. I'll just take half a minute. Is that okay?
Excuse me?
Just very quick question. What you heard from the previous gentleman, what the lady said, and we saw your budget. Does school district have any kind of structure to project what next 2, 3, 5 years will look like? And can you give any insight of what steps are you guys taking? That's all I'm asking.
Yes, and later this evening, if you're still here, there is a presentation on projected growth over the next 5 years. Okay, the floor is now closed to comments or questions on the budget. I believe we have resolutions.
Before the resolution, the floor is open for board questions and comments on the budget.
Mr. Prezioso?
The 2% cap,
What is not covered in the 2% cap? Use your microphone there. Did you hear his question?
Everything is covered in the 2% cap. Again, the calculation for it is you take last year's general fund tax levy, which is available and delineated on every school district's user-friendly budget, which is required to be on their website. So if you take the general fund tax levy, you add to it a state automatic adjustment for enrollment, which is conservative considering the effect that it has on Monroe's budget. Inflate it by 2% and add a small health care adjustment compared to how your costs align with the state health benefits plan. That is the general fund tax levy cap. Everything in the general fund budget is included in there. Years ago, if you had a capital construction project like a roof, you were allowed to go above cap. There was a cap exemption for that. If you had a tuition issue with a sending receiving school district, you could have a tuition cap waiver. All those cap waivers are gone in 2010. Everything's in the cap.
Any exceptions?
No.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Arminio?
Okay. So the 20 on exhibit, the A, sheet A, the budget for 2015 and 2016 will be $115,659,920. That's the number we're voting on tonight.
I have to elaborate on that. That is the total revenue source to support all funds.
Okay.
There will be a sophisticated resolution that I'll read shortly, which will delineate the amount for each fund and the tax levy for each fund. There's 2 tax levies, one for the general fund and one for the debt service fund. And I'll read that in great detail shortly.
Okay, so let me also add, where on here shows our debt, not the debt service so much as the total debt owed?
The total debt owed expands beyond the 15-16 school budget.
Right.
We have amortization schedules going out over 20 years. If you look to the comprehensive annual financial report for 2014, you will see that the total debt service currently obligated by the district is about $148 million.
148 million, and that's over 20 years payout?
That's approximately correct.
Approximately. And
Yes.
then when you recast the, some of the bonds, that changes a little bit,
Yes,
right?
when you refund the bonds due to falling interest rates, we've taken advantage of every refunding opportunity. I'll speak more about that later.
Okay.
That reduces current obligations in the next year's budget for interest and principal, as well as future years. The debt service that's contained in the 15-16 budget is only the amount of principal and interest required to pay all the existing bonds for that school year.
And President Poi, I would just like to make a few comments about some of the things I've heard from the public. The board, there are members on the board and certainly who have been in the public sphere before they were on the board, who went to board meetings of the zoning board and planning board. And it is not just a board obligation to go to those meetings, it's a community obligation. I mean, this is where we are given the responsibility of educating the children that come to us. And I know past President Kalapanowicz has always said we are tasked with the responsibility of educating the children. But speaking for myself, not as a board member, but as a community member since 1980, public participation in zoning and planning and township council is where these, it was where things happen. This is the end game at the Board of Education. The end game is educating the children that are brought to us by the decisions that are made on the municipal level. So it is not just a board obligation to be informed, it is the community and the public to be informed as to what's going on. We certainly welcome all of the new students in the community, but in order for us to manage the growth, it is the obligation of every resident to either be informed and to participate in that experience at the municipal level. So we again are the end game, and we are obligated to certainly give the best education to the children. I certainly would like to do that. And in having made that statement, I'd like to thank the teachers and the principals who have tried, I'm sure, very hard to reduce spending, because when I was a civilian, before I got on the board, I said, we have a spending issue. The school state aid is a small portion of the budget that we are tasked as board members to oversee. So sometimes we have to make decisions regarding spending that are not always palatable, but they are a responsibility of the board. But certainly, resident input is very, very important. So going back to the principals, the administration, looking into the budgets and trying to do the best is appreciated. We have a lot of work to do in the future, and we want to give the best opportunity for our children to continue a good education. So thank you all for that.
Thank you, Ms. Armenio. Anyone else? Mr. Nostine?
First off, I'd like to thank Mr. Gorski and Interim Superintendent Mr. Ventrilo for their hard work. This is, I think, a very tight budget, and that's exactly what I always like to see. I just had one question to Mr. Gorski, and I'm sure the public may have some interest in knowing the send-receive agreement that we worked out with Jamesburg. How is that going forward, and does it look like it's going to meet our expectations of it when we signed it?
Yes. Speaking of that agreement, when we just had a bond refunding, as I've reported to the board and for the benefit of the public, the outstanding litigation that we had with Jamesburg, according to our financial advisor, would have resulted in a bond rating decrease by S&P for the school district's bonds, which means that everybody who's paying interest on the bonds would be paying more because of the creditworthiness of the district. Fortunately, we have an agreement with Jamesburg where Jamesburg recognizes their obligation to the school district, which came about from the state cap levy of 2010, which eliminated a tuition cap waiver and did not allow Jamesburg to budget for their anticipated tuition costs for when their children began coming to the Monroe Township High School. So the current agreement is very much in the favor of the county office, and we are very much optimistic that it will pay back the arrearage, and quite frankly, it's the only means necessary we have other than a lengthy, murky litigation process.
Thank you. And with regards to some of the comments made from the public tonight with the zoning issues, I came to Monroe in 1985, and I'm sure when I moved into my development of 90 homes, there were a lot of people looking around and saying, there goes the neighborhood, there's 90 more homes, we have to increase the spending in the schools, etc. We're all here because Monroe is a great place to live, and more importantly, the schools are unbelievable. How many people in this room, and I'm not looking for a show of hands, but I will guarantee you a lot of people did their due diligence and said, I'm moving to Monroe because the schools are so great. And that's a credit to our staff and the administration. So there's a lot to be said for that. I'd like to almost say this is what we could call a good problem, but I'm not quite there yet. But it is definitely the reason that, it's almost like a self-fulfilling prophecy. So I just want everyone to keep that in mind too, that that's why we're here, because of the good school system. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nostine. Mr. Ryback?
Thank you, President Poy. I've been a member now for a little over 2 months, and for about 2 months, I think I've been a daily fixture almost at the district office. And I want to thank Mr. Ventrilo and Mr. Gorski for always being receptive to me. I come all the time with questions, and they answer them. So I've been involved in as much as possible in this budget development. And I really want to compliment them both on the care they've taken and the sensitivity they've shown to the needs of the taxpayer, but even more importantly, I have to say, to the needs of our children. And that's what makes Monroe such a wonderful school system. That's important. We have to keep providing this quality education. And you have the right people over there developing that a budget that demonstrates that. I'd just like to tag on to what my colleague, Ms. Arminio, was talking about before about growth. This is an end game. The passion that we've been seeing, whether you're here for the budget or whether you're here for the new schools or redistricting or whatever it might be, this is a result of all the growth that we're seeing. Now, growth in itself isn't bad, but where you need to put your energy, the passion that I see out here, the passion that I see when I talk to you, and certainly in all the correspondences I've been reading all of them, and I'm sure my colleagues are doing the same. That passion has to be brought to the state level because you have laws in Trenton that allow developers to come into towns, build developments with no regard to space in schools, students. Wouldn't it be wonderful if with all this development, the developers would have to build a school that would be able to accommodate the numbers of students coming from their developments, or build a wing onto a school at their cost, not yours, because you're going to be paying for it. So on one hand, the growth is great, but on the other hand, these developers are coming in, building these developments, getting the money and leaving, and guess who's holding the bag? Who's going to be paying for these schools? You are. So the passion that I'm seeing and feeling, bring that to the state level. They have to hear it. We have developers who are legally represented by state representatives. What does that say? That was their legal counsel. So talk about David and Goliath. We're the Davids. We have to fight the Goliath. So you have to unite and bring that energy up to Trenton. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ryback. Anyone else? Someone fall asleep back there? Okay, at this time, we will have a resolution read by Mr. Gorski.
If you haven't fallen asleep yet, you will after these two resolutions. Please bear with me. They're lengthy, but required to be read. Resolution of the Board of Education, the Township of Monroe, and the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, designating the transfer of certain unexpended bond proceeds to Fund 40 for debt service. This first resolution transfers the remaining money in the bond account which built this school, closes it out, and puts it all against the tax levy for debt service reducing taxes. Whereas on March 4th, 2008, the Board of Education of the Township of Monroe and the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, issued its $41,900,000 school district bond, Series 2008, the 2008 bonds. And whereas the 2008 bonds were issued to finance A, the additional costs necessary for the construction of a new Monroe Township High School as previously approved by the voters of the Township of Monroe in December of 2003, B, any necessary improvements, upgrades, apparatures, equipment, furniture, and site work, and C, certain incidental expenses collectively the 2008 project. And whereas the proceeds of the 2008 bonds were deposited in Fund 36 to be used for the 2008 project, and whereas the 2008 project has been completed, and as of December 31st, 2014, $273,036.86 of the proceeds of the 2008 bonds remain unencumbered and on deposit in the Fund 36, the unencumbered 2008 proceeds. And whereas the Board of Education hereby desires to designate the transfer to Fund 40 debt service, the unencumbered 2008 proceeds, and any investment earnings thereon from Fund 36. And whereas the Board of Education hereby desires to close Fund 34 and Fund 36. Now therefore be it resolved by the Board of Education as follows. Section 1, the Board of Education hereby authorizes the Board Secretary, Business Administrator to transfer all remaining unencumbered 2008 proceeds and any investment earnings thereon from Fund 36 to offset the tax levy for fiscal year 2015-2016. Section 2, the Board of Education hereby authorizes the Board Secretary, Business Administrator to close Fund 34 and Fund 36 as such funds will have a zero balance. Section 3, The resolution shall take effect immediately, adopted March 12, 2015. I will now proceed with a roll call. I need a motion and a second.
So moved. So moved.
Tom and Mr. Braverman. Mr. Nusstein, Mr. Braverman. Ms. Arminio.
Yes.
Mr. Braverman. Yes. Mr. Zarneski.
Yes.
Ms. DeMayo.
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yes.
Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Nusstein.
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso.
Abstain.
So noted. Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. Poi.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, resolution designating the transfer of certain unexpended bond proceeds to Fund 40 debt service has passed. Next, I'll read the resolution for the preliminary budget. Be it resolved by the Monroe Township Board of Education that the 2015-2016 tentative general fund budget be adopted in the amount of $103,725,261 and a tentative general fund local tax levy in the amount of $92,308,645 and a tentative special revenue fund in the amount of $1,111,993 and a tentative debt service budget in the amount of $10,822,666 and a tentative debt service local tax levy in the amount of $9,863,973, whereby the tentative 2015-16 budget totals $115,659,920. And whereas the Monroe Township Board of Education has been notified of state aid amounts, and whereas such state aid amounts are, for the 2015-2016, the categorical special education aid is $2,048,517, and for the 15-16 categorical security aid is $92,501. And for the 2015-16 categorical transportation aid is $496,510. And for the 2015-16 debt service aid is $679,742. And for the 15-16 other state aid consisting of park readiness aid of $58,980 and per pupil grant aid of $58,980. And whereas the Monroe Township Board of Education has estimated a state aid amount pursuant to application for the 2015-16, the estimated extraordinary aid amount is $214,453. And whereas the state's failure to fully fund the School Refunding Form Act of 2008, as well as other factors, has provided insufficient financial support for programs and services contained in the base budget, necessitating the application of $239,989 of unused spending authority to be included in the base budget, and that said needs will be completed by the end of the budget year and will not be deferred, incrementally completed over a longer time. And whereas the school district bylaw 0147, policy 3440, policy 4440, NJAC 6A23B-1.2b provides that the Board of Education shall establish in the amount an annual school budget in the maximum expenditure amount that may be allocated for travel expense reimbursement for the 15-16 school year. Now therefore be it resolved that the Monroe Township Board of Education hereby establishes the school district travel maximum for the 15-16 school year at the tentative sum of $158,422. And be it further resolved that the school business administrator shall track and record these costs to ensure that the maximum amount is not exceeded. And now, therefore, let it be resolved that the superintendent of schools and the business administrator board secretary file the appropriate documents with the executive county superintendent of schools.
So moved.
Second.
I will now roll call. Ms. Arminio.
Yes.
Mr. Braverman.
Yes.
Mr. Zarneski.
Yes.
Ms. DeMayo.
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yes.
Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Nusstein.
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso.
Abstain.
So noted. Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. Poi.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, I'm very proud and pleased, and I thank the board for the resources necessary to educate a growing number of students, and the preliminary 15-16 budget has passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gorski. Okay, we now come to the public forum. which I am sure that many of you are here for that. Although Mr. Gorski does a wonderful job of reading those resolutions. But before I open the floor to comments, there's a couple of things that I'd like to remind everyone about. If you come to the microphone during this session, you are to state your name and your address. Also, any questions or comments, it's actually comments that you make must pertain to items on the budget. On the agenda. On the agenda. There will be a second public session later this evening where you can bring up anything else that you might care to bring up. Your statement is not to exceed 3 minutes. Even if you are complimenting us, you have to keep it to 3 minutes. And all statements are to be directed to the board president. You are not to address or question any individual members of the board nor members of the public. And likewise, I ask that individual board members are not to comment or respond during the public comment session. Your cooperation in adhering to these rules will provide for a smooth public forum. Because we have two topics that I'm sure some of you have come to speak on tonight, I would ask that we do it in this order. We will first hear comments on Mecca. So if you want to make any comments on Mecca, we will entertain those speakers first. Once we are done with that, we will then hear any comments from people about redistricting. Once we have finished hearing your comments about redistricting, if there's anything else on the agenda which you wish to speak to, then you will be heard in the third group. I would appreciate you, please keep that in mind. So at this time, the floor is open to hear comments on Mecca.
Monroe Employee Child Care Academy. It's a proprietary fund segment that operates outside of the budget, as I mentioned before.
Okay, since this gentleman was up earlier and I shut him down, I'm going to let him speak first.
Thank you, and I apologize for coming before my time. Unfortunately, I'm against Mecca, and I'll give the reasons for that.
I'm sorry, could you give us your name and address, please?
It's Sandy Efron. I live at 110 Turnberry Drive in Monroe Township. I'm against Mecca because the money should be used for other needs. And it's unfortunate that, as we know through the budget, that money is tight. As I understand it, Mecca is a money-losing. If it was a private business, it would go out of business. There's 42 children, if I'm correct, and the break-even, as it was projected, should have been 75. It's not the purpose or the mandate of the school to have this type of program. We should use the money for K through 12. Why should the public subsidize some employees and not all citizens with children who want to work and need child care? And that is unfortunate, but you shouldn't have one party subsidizing another. Mecca or Mecca-like programs are not the norm in other districts, and certainly not the norm in private industry. We need the rooms. If rent was included or considered as part of the payments, then it would make the loss even worse. We don't need to take our taxes and unfairly subsidize to unfairly compete with private industry. There are Goddard and other organizations that have child care. There are alternatives. I commend the board from previously that this was an experiment. It's good to experiment. But unfortunately, the program did not come close to meeting its financial projections. There are alternatives for those within the district who need child care, and we need to use our taxes for what is mandated, and that is for K through 12. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sarah Ginter. I live at 51 Canada Street in Burlington Township. I'm a teacher in the district for 9 years now, and I'm currently on maternity leave with my 6-month-old daughter. My eldest attended Mecca last year, and I hope you read our letters because our children have had a priceless experience at Mecca. I know that the board took out a loan, and I feel that it would be unfortunate to cut the program before it really has the chance to financially flourish. I really hope that you read my letter specifically, because I teach at Mill Lake, and I also use MECA for the township students. I teach first grade, and I bring my class over to MECA to collaborate with the younger students, and the joy that I see in those children's eyes that read to younger children when they didn't think they could read in the beginning of the year is invaluable. You heard from Mr. Gorski's presentation that our teachers are providing top-notch New Jersey programs, and we are actually one of the lowest paid teacher districts in the state, and we deserve top-notch care for our precious possessions as well, our babies. And I just want to leave you with a little story that happened before I left my house tonight. My daughter, who attended MECA, almost 4 years old, said, "Mommy, if you ask them nicely not to close our school, maybe they'll keep it open. Please don't close their school, please." Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Hello. My name's Dawn Marie Kappas. I live at 21 Avenue H in Monroe. In reference to MECA, which district employees pay for, I'd like to thank you all for reading our emails and listening to our suggestions for maintaining MECA. I understand that you have a very big decision to make tonight. I know that ultimately you will make a decision that is best for the school district. I'd like you to be mindful of a few things. Keeping the best educators in our district, because they can rely on the MECA staff, many who are here tonight, to care for their children rather than losing these educators to other districts, is what's best for our school district. Continuing to strengthen the relationship between the Board of Ed and the MTEA by supporting a program our union uses is what's best for our school district. Giving your district employees peace of mind that their own children are cared for and loved while they are in turn caring for our town's children day in and day out is what's best for our district. Our district has over 6,300 students who are essentially your children, for whom you have helped to make decisions which are best for them. Additionally, it's important to remember that MECA is also a part of our district, which means our own children who attend MECA are also your children. And now we're asking that you also do what's best for them. Don't take away their school, their friendships, their teachers, and their learning environment. MECA parents and supporters of this program have gone to great lengths to reach out to you with solutions and ideas, pleading with you to please hear our voices and be the people who work with us to turn something already amazing into something that other districts will strive for. Let us be the model that other districts follow so they too can support their employees. They too can keep the best educators in place rather than spend money on replacements and long-term subs for extended maternity leaves. Be the people who took the time to listen to parents and who chose to work with them because you value our school community, and most importantly, you value our children, all of our children. Please keep MECA open. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Next.
Maggie Fedora, 80 Jeremy Court. Good evening. I'm standing here today as a parent, a teacher, and fellow Monroe Township community member. I'm here because I support MECA and believe in the value of the program. With the many supporters standing next to me and behind me, and even more who signed our petition, you can see that I'm not alone in this belief. I recently came across an article, which I shared with the board via interoffice mail, about the value of district-run childcare. The article indicated that programs like MECA are a growing trend in United States public schools. The research I've done indicates that MECA may be one of the first of its kind in New Jersey, but states like Texas and California have instituted such programs with positive results and success for some time now. Interestingly, the article stated that while it's a business, the overall goal of most districts are to have a break-even venture only. After attending last month's board of Education meeting, and the Finance Committee meeting, I quickly came to realize that our district's goal for MECA was a little different. As such, on February 23, 2015, I requested an interim and revenue statements from Mike Gorski via Oprah. Based on the information supplied to me, I, with the help of other MECA parents, created a proposed deficit solution, which you have all received via email and interoffice mail. The proposal was created because we truly believe that with continued operational discipline and improved stakeholder partnership to MECA, MECA can be a viable long-term enterprise. We believe this as MECA has shown continued growth, 150% growth in 2013, 15% growth in 2014, potential 12% growth in 2015 based on our survey results, and further expansion in future years as also based on our survey results. In addition to the positive growth MECA has experienced and is forecasted to experience, we have found that with the elimination of food service, a nominal tuition increase, and accurately dividing up general supply expenses, 80% for MECA and 20% for the enrichment program, both programs are able to show a profit, $3,608.81 for MECA alone, or combined with the kindergarten enrichment program, a profit of $29,547.50. Combine this positive profit with the positive enrollment forecasts I speak of, and profitability will continue to increase. Additionally, MECA parents are open to the idea of opening up available spaces in MECA to the community of Monroe Township. Teachers and township employees would continue to have preference and priority, and any additional classroom space can be opened up to the public. A lottery system can be put in place if demands are greater than supply. With the limited number of childcare options available in Monroe, I can say with confidence that demand will definitely be greater than supply. This proposal is brought to you to show that MECA is a viable program, and by working together, we can continue to keep it open in such a way that renders positive results for all stakeholders, the board, the teachers, the staff, and the children. Please support MECA.
Thank you for your comment. Is there another speaker?
Hi, Sue Voza, 331 Karen Court, Freehold. I'm here to discuss two very important concerns regarding your decision to close MECA. First, I worry about the message that you are sending to the community when you shut down a program that is positively valuable to so many people. Second, if parents lose MECA, the cost of Monroe staff absences and paying for substitutes will greatly increase, not to mention the loss of teacher time in the classroom. There are currently 11 teachers that will lose their positions if MECA does close. To some of you, that amount of people doesn't seem to be too large, it seems small. However, the teachers that are employed at the center have a very reputable rapport with other staff and community members, and that is huge. 36% of MECA's staff actually reside in Monroe and have children in our school system. These teachers mean the world to me and other MECA parents, and it would be devastating to see them go. I question the integrity of a board who sends a message that letting go of such wonderful teachers is a wise decision. These teachers will have to find employment elsewhere, which is an added stressor that no one needs in this current economy that we now live in. These teachers, who are so valued to all MECA parents, will be forced to start over and lose very meaningful connections with children who are part of the Monroe family. The past boards have always tried to give back to the community, and cutting staff positions really does not send that message. As a member of the staff, MECA allows me to be close to my children in any emergency situations. I can easily leave work during non-instructional time and be back to teach my students, whereas driving somewhere farther than Monroe would not allow me to return to work, and in such instances, a substitute teacher would be required, and teacher instruction time would also be lost. MECA also has access to the nurse at Mill Lake, so parents actually do not have to leave work if there is something minor that the nurse can deal with, and this saves the board money by not needing a substitute, and it also saves time spent looking for teacher coverage, such as a principal who may have to find coverage for that particular teacher. And that wouldn't happen at any other daycare facility. The cost of paying for substitutes will be a large additional budget component for the board, and over the past months, we have offered you many suggestions on ways to keep MECA operational and functioning, so please consider them all and keep MECA open. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Before we entertain any other speakers, I would ask that if you're not adding something new that we haven't already heard, that you reconsider making a statement. We are aware of much of your concern of the value of the program to you because of the emails that you sent us, And the last board meeting, we also provided an opportunity for people to speak on that topic. So we have quite a bit of input there. So if you have something new to offer, then certainly feel free to come to the microphone. Thank you.
Jason Walters, 5 St. James Street. So you received our emails. You know, in 3 minutes, I have time to try to change your minds or what might be the overcasting mentality here of what we're thinking about Mecca. But there's more to that. There's gratitude, and I don't think that's been brought up in our letters and our emails or anything we've sent yet. And we've talked about numbers, we've talked about benefits, the love, everything we've gotten out of this. But at what point are we grateful for what's standing right here? You know, as a Monroe resident, I have 3 kids in this district, in Mecca, in the schools, and I go every day happy. Our kids are in a fantastic school system because of our board. And here's an opportunity in a time when contracts are negotiated, benefits are taken away, pensions are striked, all these terrible things that are happening to these wonderful people here. We have an opportunity to give back to them and give them something they really, truly need. Something that a couple years ago we thought of as a board was a great idea. It needs a little bit more time. You know, this is our opportunity and your opportunity as a board and myself as a taxpayer to give back, because this is a huge benefit for our teachers. We see it every day. I see it in my children. I see it in these teachers who stay way longer hours because they have that ability to do it. And that's a big part here. Don't forget the gratitude. Make this decision with a little bit of grace, I hope, that we're thinking about that part and the value, not the dollar value on that, but the value that brings to our community and ultimately to our kids. I think it's extremely important. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment.
Nelson Chen, 4 Ashley Court. While I sympathize with all of the teachers there and their children, as a father of 2 and a household where there was dual income parents, I fully sympathize with you and I understand. My wife and I struggled with those very issues with our 2 children, commuting every day, trying to figure out who's dropping the kids off, where, who's going to babysit. These problems will never go away as long as there's dual income households. The problem is that the center is not profitable. In these days of counting pennies, Mr. Gorski had in his presentation, that's literally what we're doing here, counting pennies. If it was a profitable situation and it was even breaking even, I think it would be a great deal, and I understand that. And like I said, I sympathize with you. But the bottom line is it's costing the taxpayers money that should be going towards the school to do what we're supposed to do, educate K through high school. And I'm sorry, but that's the way I feel.
Thank you for your comment. I'm sorry. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Stacy Blum, 3 Ash Grove Court in East Brunswick. I'm also a teacher at Barclay Brook School. I'll just summarize. I know that you've heard a lot of things already. I know that you've heard how much the children love this school. So I'll just state some of the things that maybe you haven't heard yet about some options, since everyone seems very focused on the expenses. I know that we would be okay with a small tuition increase or to take away some of the lunch options or snack options and add payment for those options, or opening up the program to the community is another option. I know that at the finance meeting there was a lot of discussion of the ECE program and using the building to expand that. But the problem with this is there's no evidence that there would be enough interest in this program to fill the building. And currently there's no waiting list for the ECE, which means there's no guarantee of enrollment. And if there ever was full-day kindergarten and it comes to our district one day, which might happen, that would shut down that program also. So I just want you to please consider some of those things, and I love Mecca and its program. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Mr. Tesler?
Thank you. Ira Tesler, 11 LA Drive. As a taxpayer, I fully support the Mecca program. I don't have any kids. I don't have any teachers in my family. I would like to, I think our community is better off with the Mecca program. I think it's not always about the money. It's about supporting our staff and our staff's children. And maybe a crazy idea, I don't know if it's something that's been looked into or a thought. I know we've been a lot of talk tonight about the Falcon Care program. Maybe the Mecca program and the kindergarten enrichment and the Falcon Care be all rolled into one entity, and with $200,000 to $300,000 of profit forecast for that program alone, the whole program as a whole would surely show a profit. I don't know the finances on that, but maybe we can hold off on any kind of decision tonight. Maybe that's something to look into. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Go ahead.
My name is Miriam Lavin, 42 Narrows Way. I am not a Monroe employee or teacher. However, I do stand up here in support of our teachers, our Monroe employees, and Mecca. I encourage the board to find a way to make it work. The one thing that has not been mentioned is morale. As a full-time working mother, I work full-time with 2 children, plus. I know what it feels like to be able to feel confident that my children are cared for while I'm at work. My particular employer has gone to strides in different times throughout my career to make sure that my family's been provided for so that I can go to work. And these teachers and Monroe employees who are here, if they are comfortable with their children being in a child care that works for them, they are going to give back to the rest of our children. And they're the teachers. A few of them I see here have taught my kids. I applaud you. I stand with you. Please, board, find a way to make it work. The suggestions have been put out, and I encourage you to help out all of our employees and teachers who are going to give back to the rest of the children in the community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe Castelluccio, 20 Ashley Court, Monroe. Maybe you could clear up some things, because I'm hearing a lot of people, and all I want to see is the right thing done. So correct me on some of these numbers. Somebody said there are 35 parents or 35 participants in it. There are 42 children. Somewhere somebody said it was supposed to be 75 in the program. I understand the program in June will be going on for 3 years. Although some people have said it wasn't meant to be profitable, but certainly we don't run businesses for losses either. So how do you get it to be break even? I just don't understand why we can't do something to maybe make this work, but it's really comes down to dollars and cents. I think in your presentation, Mr. Gorski, you talked about the AP, where at one point you were paying for the AP and the tests, and now you decided to put some of the cost of the tests on the parents because the program is expanded. Why can't this be the same type of thing, where maybe we have to increase the tuition, if there's a tuition, or I think one young woman said something about taking away some of the things to reduce the cost. So if this is a good program, and I don't know much about it, so again, I'm not here to say I'm against it. I just want to see, why can't this be a break-even item? Why can't some of the numbers, you could do anything when it just boils down to money. If it's about money, how you just increase the expenses and increase the revenue and knock down the cost. I don't know why that can't be done, so.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else want to bring up something new on this topic?
Do you know that 17 teachers are out on maternity leave this year that can send their children in the fall? And I'm one of them. 17 new students. We pay money just like any daycare center. We pay a lot of money, and we deserve a facility like this. It's great. 17.
Thank you.
Again, it's Manish Balchandani, 30 Castlebury Way. I don't know much about Mecca. Initially I started thinking it should go away, then I thought it should stay. My bottom line is, can board present ways, what we heard recently is how you can make it work. Obviously, we care for our teachers. Obviously, we don't want to lose money, but if Falcon Care can be clubbed with Mecca, or if there is anything to increase revenue, decrease expenses, can board present possibilities or options of how they can bring Mecca, not to profit, but break even? Is there anything that public can put in terms of request, or what do we have to do? Is there a process where we can request the board to make those suggestions or presentations to the public?
Thank you.
That's a question.
I realize that, but we don't answer the questions right now. We'll be deliberating on this in a few minutes.
Hi, Dominique Walters, 5 St. James Street, Monroe. I don't know, a point was missed.
Mecca, in combination with ECE last year, did make a profit of $75,000. So combined with the ECE, we did make a profit, which should be noted. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we thank you for those comments. I'm now going to close this part of the session from the discussion of Mecca, and we will now move on to any members of the public who want to speak to the matter of redistricting of our elementary schools. Nope. I checked on that.
There is any, Orlando for Louis Lane, there is any presentation about it?
There will be a presentation, but when I checked on this earlier, I was informed that we should, during this public session, first have comments on the redistricting.
How can we comment on something that we don't know? Come on, come on.
I do understand the dilemma. I do. Do you have a comment?
So I have two comments. I mean, I think what gentleman said is absolutely right. I think publics have...
your name and address, please.
Sanjeev Hegde. I live at 12 Wedgwood Court in Monroe. So, I mean, there are a lot of people new here who probably don't know everything about redistricting. Compared to me, I've been attending a lot of these redistricting-related meetings, and I have comments to make. But I would like to hear what is new in this meeting compared to prior one. And also, last time when we had that meeting in the library, there was a proposal made, and the board went back and they were supposed to make some decisions. So trying to see what came out of it. And I have additional comments after I hear board what they have to say about the redistricting, what's new about it. I'll come back later.
All right, thank you. Okay, so let's see where we are.
Hi, it's Catherine Crowley, and I live at 56 Spruce Meadows Drive. I guess I'm pretty certain that all of you have made your decision on redistricting. And I sat here and just listened to Mr. Gorski say about how the enrollment numbers is a very conservative number. And on the redistricting plan, I saw that 87 kids are coming out of this community on the Spotswood Englishtown Road there. That's insane to say that 87 kids are going to come out of 400 somewhat units. He said it. He said that it was a conservative number. So how could you guys continue this redistricting plan with such low numbers? I failed to understand it the first time, and I still don't understand it today. And I just think it's really unfair in a couple of years when that community goes up, and 200 kids come out of that place. Now all of a sudden Mill Lake and Woodland is overcrowded and we're going to start moving kids again. Those numbers don't seem right. And I fail to see how you guys can continue even considering the plan with such numbers. Further, my kid is going to be one of the third graders that are going to be affected by this splitting of the third grade at Barclay Brook and Brookside. I would really, really, really like to hear from the board how you guys and the principal and the staff is going to make certain that if my kid is a third grader at Barclay Brook, they're not going to come out of this different than the kids at Brookside. Because I think, just like special needs children are advantaged when they're in a regular class, you're taking that independence or whatever you want to call it away from those three classes of third graders at Barclay Brook. And it's a concern for me, because I don't think it's fair.
Thank you.
Sorry, this is Sanjeev again, 12 Wedgwood Court. Are we going to have the chance to come back and comment on what board has to say about redistricting?
Yes, during the second public session.
Okay.
There is another public session this evening. Will that be right after? No, it will not.
Hi, Deborah Palella, 15 Louise Lane. I would like to see the presentation. I thought the next forum would be right after that.
but guessing it may be several hours later. I guess my first question would be, considering the redistricting, I was at Monday's meeting. I understand there have been some changes since Monday's meeting. I'm only aware of the redistricting proposal that happened Monday. Questioning other things that I've been hearing from other residents. Have there been other things thought of that have maybe not been made here publicly about trying to find room in classrooms? Like keep hearing there aren't enough, but I've heard of other solutions to possibly find room in these classrooms at Barclay Brook or Brookside. Are trailers completely off the table because of losing the ones at Barclay Brook? Are there any thoughts to just moving new communities that are not yet even moved into these homes that we're accommodating, where our students are ingrained in these classrooms, and we're trying to accommodate 100 new homes where these students aren't even there yet, and in these schools for 6 years, 4 years, and moving those children over a school to get new ones in that haven't even been to the new schools yet. I just want to know, I get transportation logistical nightmares. I just want to know, is the only way to shift hundreds of students, how many students are we talking about that are going to move? What are the numbers? How many families are really being affected? Maybe it'll all show up in the presentation, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I'm sure if, once you go through the presentation, once we have the presentation, the board will then be deliberating that proposal, and you will hear that deliberation taking place here. So in many cases, your questions will get answered, maybe not to your satisfaction, but at least they will be answered.
This is Sanjeev Hegde, 12 Wedgwood Court again. So I don't know when the next time I'll get an opportunity. So I'll take a few minutes to talk about my concerns about school redistricting.
Could you raise your mic, please? Talk into the mic. Raise your microphone. Raise the mic. We can't hear you. Thank you.
So I'm not new to the school redistricting. I've been attending these meetings for over the last 4 months. And it's very dear and close to me. I moved to Monroe Township and I chose the home I live in, looking at the schools that my kids will be attending for the first few years of their life at least, right? So now I have been told that the school I chose and the house I chose, the schools to which they'll be going, I'm going to be dropped out of that and my kids will be going to some other school. And I know that the new school that they will be moving to, based on what I know and based on the statistics, are not on par with the current schools that they're going to. So my first concern is from that perspective, my kids are going to lose significantly. And over the last 4 months, a lot of the parents have been talking about the social aspects of this, which is we're going to take the kids from 3rd grade and put them into some other school, and they're going to lose their friends, and they're going to redo the whole social life over and over again. And I strongly feel that that opinion hasn't been heard at all. I haven't seen any effort made to say, I have heard this comment from people, but we have made an effort to see how we can fix it. I don't think that has happened at all. And I know that the board has spent money and time to understand how to take kids from one school to another, so that there is equal number of kids across the board over the next few years. But then, with respect to, seeing, there was a gentleman who made a suggestion, last time around, said, why do you want to move kids from Applegarth into Barclay Brook and then move the Barclay Brook kids into the new schools in Mill Lake? Why can't you move the Applegarth into
I'm sorry, but sir, but your time is up.
All right, so...
no, your time is up, sir, and you've had 3 opportunities to speak already.
Okay.
Mr. Poi, I have a point of order. Your agenda says board discussion relative to the MECA program. I have something to discuss about MECA.
Yes, I haven't yet closed the public session, though, the public forum.
Am I missing something? It says here, board discussion relative to MECA, and then the public session.
You evidently have the old agenda. It was revised this week.
Okay,
I understand your confusion because I only discovered the same problem this
let
morning.
me know when I can discuss it, okay, please?
Yes, sir.
President Poi, I just do have a question, too. I know our
Use
board policy states that we should have presentations prior to the public forum. I don't know why we're doing this back, but I feel that the people who attended the committee meetings, they may know what's going on, but the majority here do not. So how can they even ask us intelligent questions with regards to redistricting?
I completely understand your comment, Mr. Nothstein, and I did pursue that avenue, but I was told to abide with this agenda.
Who, aren't you the president? The board policy is pretty explicit on this.
When the agenda, which is collaboratively prepared between administration and the board president, was completed, it wanted to afford the public an opportunity to speak to the two main topics that we anticipate they're coming for tonight. That's Mecca and the redistricting. So your point is heard, and there has been a Building Grounds Transportation Committee meeting that has been made public regarding the redistricting. There are slight revisions to the presentation tonight, but nothing material. And the reason, again, the public forum came first before the presentation is to afford the public to express their viewpoints before the board deliberates and takes a vote on the matter and then hears from you. There is a second public forum where you're welcome to be heard again, but that's why the agenda was constructed in this manner.
Excuse me, but the second public forum is already after the vote, correct?
And the first public forum is before the vote to hear from the public.
But before the presentation. Yeah, exactly.
Your comment is well taken, Mr. Nothstein. At this point, though, since we've already gotten into this, we need to proceed. Do you have a comment on this? Redistricting?
Yes, I do. Gazala Bora, 1 Miko Drive, Monroe Township. I have three boys in Barclay Brook, Brookside schools, and I am standing here because of a plan that was proposed at the Buildings and Grounds Committee meeting on Monday. There were slight revisions, is what your words are, Mr. President, but I think there are significant revisions. If my child was being redistricted to another school, I would be far more concerned, but I still think the reason I'm standing here is my son is going to go to 3rd grade next year, and I have an older child who's gone to Barclay Brook and Brookside, and I love both the schools, but both the schools serve different purposes. So if 3rd grade is going to be split into Barclay Brook and Brookside, Mr. Ventrello, you will understand my concern as a parent. While Barclay Brook is a nurturing school, Brookside is the 3 years that a child needs to get ready for middle school and high school. So I don't understand how the Board of Ed is handling the different administration strategies for the same grade in 2 different schools with 2 different principals and 2 different staff. How is this going to be achieved, and how is it possible that it will not be fair on half the children who stay back in Barclay Brook and maybe fair on the ones who move to Brookside? So I would urge the board to please not do this, not split 3rd grade into Barclay Brook and Brookside. There has to be a better solution. Thank you.
Mr. Ventrello?
Fortunato for Louis Lane.
Excuse me, 1 second.
Before we go forward, just to let you know that from the other evening to today, there have been many revisions in this demographer's report. I just want to let you know, though, hold on 1 second, though, is that it's been addressed as far as you know, the concern has been about the splitting of the grade 3. That is not taking place.
Yes, sir.
Yes, since we haven't seen the presentation, and I believe that you are going to vote before we know all the criteria based on which this redistricting has been made, okay, could you please at least explain what are the criteria based on what we basically have one area that has been reassigned, another area that has not been reassigned. I have 2 boys that right now are 1.2 miles from school, and they will go 7 miles away from another school. So it's just a nonsense. So could please somebody, give a presentation before you vote, answer your question before you vote. It's unfair to vote before you give us the criteria, the general criteria. And last thing, hold on 1 second, last thing. There is any way that we can challenge this? Because who picked up the gentleman that did the demographic and everything else?
I'm sorry, I couldn't understand everything you were saying, but as soon as we finish this public session, we will get into that presentation, and then maybe many of your questions will be answered.
When are you going to vote?
Almost as soon as we finish with this public session.
This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. If you vote, then what we talk about it? There is nothing to talk about it. You make a decision before.
Yes, Miss?
That's it. Let's go home.
Miriam Lavin again, 42 Narrows Way. 42 Narrows Way is considered a Forest Gate community. My comments are based upon the knowledge that I know of which that Forest Gate communities would be moved from Oak Tree Applegarth over to Barkley Brook Brookside. So my comments are based upon that. If that's not true, great, I could sit down. But based upon the fact that from what I've heard, they are. I just want to make a comment that, and somebody else echoed the same thing too. When I purchased my home, I made an intelligent decision based upon where I work in Newark and the schools. Oak Tree and Applegarth was in close proximity to my house, the turnpike, and the schools. I made my decision based upon that. And that is where my home is right now. My children have known Applegarth and Oak Tree their entire school careers. My daughter is sitting here telling me I don't want to move out of Oak Tree and Applegarth. She's an Oak Tree student right now. I've been a tireless member of the Oak Tree and Applegarth PTA. I have developed relationships with the principals, the school staff, everything from the teachers to the custodians to the support staff to the paraprofessionals. My children, I talked about this before with morale, my children have school spirit and morale. They want to stay where they've known for the last several years. They shouldn't be forced to move because of other developments that are coming in. I believe someone else said the same thing in terms of, my kids have already started there, let my kids finish there, and any other kids that have started there. New homes that are coming in shouldn't be able to kick my child out when she's been going there for the last several years. And again, when I moved to 42 Narrows Way, I was told my school district is Oak Tree Applegarth. Had I known that I had to go to all the way down to Buckaloo, I wouldn't have bought in 42 Narrows Way, nor would I probably have bought in Monroe. So this is affecting a choice that I made many years ago, which was based upon the information that the township gave to me when I purchased. And I'm not making this without any prior knowledge. My oldest daughter did go to Basque at Barkley Brook, and it was a commute.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
I don't think
Thank
we
you.
reset that. All right, but I'll abide by that.
Mr. Poy, may I have a point of order? I'm going to ask you to suspend the public session until, can we have a vote on that? I would really like to do that.
Close the public session?
No, to suspend the public I don't know if it's possible, no disrespect to, I'm going to make a motion to suspend the public portion until after the presentation, with no disrespect to the agenda and the way it's done, but I think with respect to the public. And we can vote on it if it doesn't pass, and no disrespect to you, Mr. Poy, I honestly think that having been in that seat for many years, that the public should be fully informed before.
What is your motion, Ms. Arminio?
That we suspend the public session and reopen it after the demonstration.
I second.
Okay, so then, can,
I'm sorry, right now there's a motion on the floor. We have to address it.
sorry. Can't please everybody.
Okay, is there, there's a motion on the floor that we suspend the public session, okay, so that we can proceed to the presentation? Is that correct, Mrs. Arminio?
Yes. Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'll second that.
It's been seconded. Okay, is there any discussion from the board on that motion?
No discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
yes, I just want to, reiterate my concerns that I take public input very seriously. I've been on the other side of the mic for a long time, and I think that in order for the board, for the public to speak intelligently, they absolutely have to see this presentation, and it's not going to impact us at all.
Yes, Mr. Gorski, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Arminio?
Yes.
Mr. Braverman? Mr. Braverman?
No.
Mr. Zarneski?
Yes.
Mr. Mayo?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Mrs. Kolpanowicz?
Yes.
Mr. Nusstein?
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso?
Yes.
Mr. Ryback?
Yes.
Mr. Poi?
Yes.
Mr. Board President, public forum suspended until after the presentation.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to call on our interim superintendent, Mr. Ventrilo, who will introduce our next presenter. I gotta go to the bathroom.
I know, but that's what's next on the agenda.
This evening, we will have a presentation by Dr. Ross Haber of Ross Haber and Associates on district enrollment projection, facility utilization, and redistricting. Now, that presentation will be in PowerPoint, a copy of which will be posted on a district webpage tomorrow.
Excuse me, Mr. Ventrilo?
Yes.
Mr. Poi, can we take at this time a 10-minute recess?
Second.
Okay, there is a motion that we do a
overruled.
10-minute recess.
I move that we take a
as
10-minute
convenience
recess.
break. It's been seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
One opposed? Okay. Abstentions? Okay, then we're going to take a 10-minute recess. Thank you.
That's okay. That's okay by me.
I gave mine to Marty. I'm taking mine off. Coffee break. Coffee, a piece of cheese. How are we going to do this?
Such being vice president. I got
No more text, thank you.
Okay, let's try this again. Mr. Ventrilo, will you please introduce our presenter?
I'll continue where I left off. As recommended by the Ad hoc Committee on Facilities and Growth, the board engaged the services of Dr. Joseph Richardson of Whitehall Associates to prepare a demographer's report. This report provides long-range projections for student growth using cohort survival methodology as required by the New Jersey Department of Education. This report also provides data on projected housing growth and its impact on student population. Dr. Haber, who is also a demographer, was contracted to prepare a redistricting study utilizing this demographic and housing development data. Over the past month, while updated housing data was being received from the Township Planning Department, Dr. Haber met twice with the Buildings and Grounds Transportation Committee. The committee also received a recommendation from the principals and district administration to undertake redistricting that would help to effectively rebalance elementary class sizes. Tonight's presentation represents the final recommendation. Various working models were reviewed, some which led to public questions and confusion. We ask that you disregard any previous reports and focus on tonight's proposal.
Ready? Okay, so now let me just begin to add to the confusion. First of all, I just want to just give you I have a few remarks before I start my presentation. I am three things that are that relate to what is going on in this district. The first is I am a demographer, meaning I do enrollment projections for school districts. I've done them throughout the state of New Jersey and basically all over the United States, and I've got 20 years experience. I'm a facilities analyst, meaning that I can go into school buildings and make some determinations in terms of class sizes, classroom needs, and program needs. But I am primarily an educator. I spent 22 years as a classroom teacher and as a high school principal here in the state, teacher in New York and a high school principal here in the state of New Jersey. So my perspective comes from not only the statistical and the facility notion, but it comes from the education notion. And I try to make a point of getting to know the personnel in the districts that I work with and getting into the school buildings. And there was a remark made a little earlier tonight, and I just want to make a statement. I've been in all of the schools in this district, and they are amongst the finest schools in this state and in this country. Every element, I would send my child and my grandchildren to Barclay Brook, Brookside, Mill Lake, Woodland, Oak Tree, Applegarth in a nanosecond. So if anybody here is being switched schools, you may have a lot of reasons for not wanting it done, but not one of them is the educational opportunities afforded to your children. And I think that's really important. Okay, second thing, I want to take a couple of things off the table. As Mr. Ventrilo said, after Monday's meeting, information got out into the community, and some of that information caused a little bit of agita, and I want to put that agita to bed, so to speak, at least a little bit, before we get into the real aggravation. The first is Barclay Brook Brookside is not going to have a split third grade. That is not going to happen. We met with, after I've done about 15 iterations on this redistricting, most of them based upon the programs and classroom distribution as they exist, didn't work without splitting Barclay Brook and Brookside. But I took one more shot, and I reloaded all of the kids back into Barclay Brook Brookside in third grade. On Wednesday, I met with principals, and there were a number of little tweaks that could be done, a little bit of tweaking to the redistricting model that was presented Monday night, and it ended the need to split Barclay Brook Brookside. So that's off the table. The second thing that was a little bit confusing was I had a bad number when I referred to some of the tax maps, and I had mislocated Monroe Chase a little bit east of where it should be, and people thought that meant they were being redistricted out of Oak Tree, Applegarth. Not going to happen. As you saw from the maps that are laying around, Monroe Chase is put back in its proper place, and that's not an issue. They will not be redistricted because they just can look out the window and see Oak Tree, Applegarth. Okay, third thing. The purpose of my task was to allow the board to do long-range planning. We've heard from Mr. Gorski's presentation, and we've heard from the superintendent's presentation and from the board members that this district has experienced incredible growth over the next 10 years and is going to continue to experience incredible growth. If I can just, and so when I present the numbers and the housing units and all those things, understand where they're going and what they're going to cause. But also keep in mind that we don't want to have this meeting as an annual meeting. Okay, we don't want to meet annually and have the same discussion. We want whatever plan comes out of this to last for as long a time as reasonable. And I believe from what I've done and what I've worked with the principals and what I've worked with Mr. Tague and Mr. Gorski and superintendent, I think we have a solution that will go beyond 5, 7, even as far as 8 years for the elementary schools. It's important to do that because, again, unless something unforeseen happens, and no one's a magician, I really believe that we can make this redistricting model work for a long period of time. Will it cause some pain? Nobody wants to move, and I understand that. But here's the problem. The district is like, and again, I want to stress that all of the new housing is not going to come in 5 years, but you've got to compact the plan into something that gives you an ability to make a long-range plan. And if you kind of see the district as a bit of a seesaw, with Oak Tree and Applegarth being over here, and Barclay Brook, Brookside being the fulcrum, and Mill Lake or Woodland being the other side of the seesaw, the tilt is going this way. Enrollment is increasing at this end of the seesaw significantly. It's declining at this end of the seesaw. Space is opening up in these areas. So logic and rationale says we have to move kids this way. We have to move kids out of Oak Tree, Applegarth, into Barclay Brook, Brookside, and kids out of Barclay Brook, Brookside, into Mill Lake, Woodland. That's truly the only way this can go. And we're not talking about building a school now. We're talking about doing this in a way that meets the needs of this community. So, again, last thing before I do the presentation. There are several incontrovertible issues, things that really they're just not controvertible because they're true. The first is that there are going to, as of right now, as of March 2015, and this comes from the municipal government, it comes from the Planning and Zoning Board, the town manager agrees with it, of course the supervisor of Planning and Zoning agrees with it, that in the future there are going to be 2,323 non-age restricted housing units coming into this district. When they come in, it's over time. No one can really predict that. But the fact is, those are the numbers. Those are straight from Planning Board, and they're as of March 2015. Over time, this number of units is going to introduce more than 1,800 new students into this district. Now, this is modified, and again, over time, that's going to happen. This is modified a little bit because there's a natural attrition in the school district. You've got X number of seniors graduating, X number of kindergarten students coming in, and that causes an attrition. So those 1,800 new children over the years will net out at more than 1,000, which is going to be significant to this district. The plan, the basic idea here is to give the board the ability to come up and create a plan that's going to last for a long period of time. So again, we're not having these meetings every 2 or 3 years. They can go on maybe 6 or 7 years. And finally, that the central and building administrators are in support of the report that I'm bringing to you tonight. So those are the kind of incontrovertible issues. And now I'd like to go on with the actual report. Okay, the purpose of the study. The purpose of this study is to provide the Monroe Township Board of Education with data and information to help with long-range planning for the entire school district. In the period affecting this study, Monroe Township will see an increase in the number of non-age restricted housing units. As of March 2015, there are 2,323 new housing units which have been or will be approved for construction. It cannot be determined with any degree of accuracy when these units will be occupied. However, we must plan effectively for this eventuality and address a current and worsening imbalance with elementary class sizes. The majority of these units, and that's all but one, will be constructed in the part of the community which is currently zoned for the Oak Tree and Applegarth schools. This study is based upon the following assumptions. One, that the new housing units will be completed over time and need to be considered in the long-range planning of the board. Two, the current school zone configurations will allocate most of the projected new students be assigned to Oak Tree Applegarth. Those schools simply do not have the space to accommodate these added students. And three, the high school and middle school will be impacted by these new students as these children pass through the middle school and the high school. And these two schools do not have the capacity to accommodate these students. Okay. These are the two basic recommendations of this entire study. One, the realignment of the current attendance zones to more evenly balance class sizes at the elementary schools. And two, moving third grade from Woodland into Mill Lake. Woodland has the room, Mill Lake doesn't, although there's empty space in both classrooms, but the principals agree that this solution is a good one. Okay, guiding principles of the study, okay? Balancing class sizes in all of the K-5 schools to ensure that eventually there'll be little variance in class size throughout the district. Not going to happen overnight, but over the period of time of this study, enrollments will balance across all 6 of the schools. And B, keeping bus rides as short as reasonably possible for students in the realigned attendance zones. Some students might have a longer bus ride, but they're not going to be, there's not a bus ride that will exceed the maximum allowed by the Board of Education. And one other guiding principle that I didn't put here, but it's to keep neighborhoods intact. In other words, I don't believe in the study any developments were split up, any neighborhoods were split up. Kids, I didn't cherry pick children saying, okay, I can take 10 from here and 3 from here and 5 from there. They were done in large clusters so that kids were moving at least with the majority of kids that they know. And I think that's important. By the way, this is just an outline map. The red outlines indicate the current attendance zones for each of the schools. The top one, that's Mill Lake Woodland. This is Barclay Brook Brookside, and this is Oak Tree Applegarth. That's the current attendance zones. What you're looking at are the location of all of the new housing units. And you can see, with the exception of JSM Celebrations, which, by the way, confused the heck out of me. I took months looking for something called Mount Mills. Thank you very much. That was development people said I didn't have. It's actually JSM Celebrations. That's the only development that is not in the current Barclay Brook, Oak Tree Applegarth attendance zone. You'll see something called Sarlo. Sarlo are conversions from age-restricted to non-age-restricted developments. The numbers that you're seeing on here are numbers of non-age-restricted units. Those are not numbers of children. Those are numbers of non-age-restricted units. I understand that this presentation is going to be on the district website. There's going to be another set of documents, maps that are going to be PDFs, which are clearer than these. So you'll be able to look at the presentation and toggle over to the PDFs, which you'll be able to zoom in on and get a much clearer picture. They'll be more like the maps that you see around the room tonight. Okay. Impact of new developments. Okay. A total of 2,323 new non-age restricted housing units will be built in the township. This number of units and the subsequent student yields are for the purpose of long-range planning. No timeline can really be set for the completion of these new structures. Over time, these housing units will yield a total of 1,866 units. During the 5-year projection period, there will be a natural attrition of about 831 students, which is 2,632 graduating seniors, minus 1,801 entering kindergarten students. That equals 831. So the net student growth, based upon the new housing units, is estimated to be 1,035. Okay, this next table I want to take a few minutes, or this next page I want to take a few minutes to explain. Because to some of you it's going to be a little counterintuitive. So let me go through it. I'll explain what the data means and where it comes from. The first column indicates the name of the development. So, and the first rows are single-family homes. Okay, so the names of the developments, single-family homes. And these are to be built, homes that are remaining to be built. Some of these developments may already be in play, but these are the houses that still need to be built. And it's a total of 1,464 single-family units, okay? Now, to give you an idea of why you can't say these are all going to come in a 5-year period, while there'll be more time, there's total agreement with the municipal government and with the Planning and Zoning Board that JSM Marketplace is going to happen, which is 618 units. It's more than that, but 115 or 120 are age-restricted. So it's 618 non-age-restricted units. Now, but site development has to take place, EPA testing has to take place, so it might not see shovel in the ground for 3, 4, or 5 years. But again, it's going to happen, and you have to plan for it. Okay, the next column over, if you look at the top if you look at the highlighted, just got to get something here. If you look at the highlighted lines, that tells you what the student yield is per the type of unit. What I'm holding in my hand is the Bible, okay? Not the Holy Bible, it's the Bible as per Rutgers University. Okay, this is the study that Rutgers does every 6 years, which goes through every type of housing unit in every community throughout the state of New Jersey. And based upon that, they assign a yield number to each individual home. Like you may say, you may look at me and say, 2,323 units, how could it only yield 1,866 children? Well, the fact is because not every home is occupied by school-age children. There are some homes that don't have school-age children, some homes that have kids who have left the system, some homes that send kids to private and parochial schools. So based upon, and the only way to really determine this, aside from just doing a census of every house in the district, which is I've done, it's just an impossible job, is to use the data. So according to the Rutgers study, and it's a study virtually every demographer in the state uses, and what the state requires if we're going to do additions to a long-range facility plan enrollment projection. Okay, for elementary schools, it's 0.706. Now, it's a little higher for affordable housing, but there's no affordable housing here. It's all been taken care of with whatever arrangement is made to do that. Okay, so every single-family house yields 0.706 elementary school students. So that means that over the period of time when this construction takes place, there'll be 1,034 new elementary school students introduced into the system. Okay, for middle school, it's 0.224, and for high school, it's 0.164, meaning that we'll see 328 middle school students and 240 high school students from single-family homes. Townhouse and condos numbers are lower. And I have to also add that there are different categories for different size houses, 2-bedroom houses, 3-bedroom houses. Well, there hasn't been a house built in this community that isn't 4 and 5 bedrooms, so I've used all maximum numbers. Same thing with the townhouses and condos. So in the townhouse and condo, the yield, and these are the ones that are available. And by the way, I'm sorry, where it says current zone, that's incorrect. That should say redistricted zone. I'll change that. Those are the schools that will pick up the developments. As you can see with the redistricting, the only school aside from Applegarth and Oak Tree that's going to pick up from these developments is Mill Lake and Woodland. Okay, so from these developments, there's 859 of them coming in, 164 elementary school kids with the yield ratio of 0.191, 60 middle school kids with a ratio of 0.07, and 40 high school kids with a ratio of 0.047. Now, on the bottom of the screen, I show you the summary. The summary is, if you take the total it's 1,866 kids coming in, 2,632 graduating seniors, 1,801 entering kindergartens, and the net is 835 students. So that's the plan that needs to take place. This next map that I'm showing you, this map has with it the red outlines indicate the current school boundaries. The solid colors indicate the proposed redistricted boundaries. And just to kind of let you know where everything is, this area would be moved from Oak Tree Applegarth to Barclay Brook Brookside. This area would be moved from Oak Tree Applegarth to Barclay Brook Brookside. This area in purple would be moved from Barclay Brook Brookside to Mill Lake Woodland. So in essence, what we're looking at is that Oak Tree Applegarth becomes sending schools. They're not receiving any new students in this redistricting. They're sending students out. Barclay Brook Brookside becomes a receiving school and a sending school. It's the center of the fulcrum. And finally, Mill Lake Woodland becomes only a receiving school. Now again, population, it's important to note, and you'll see as we go through this a little more in this presentation, enrollment is declining in Barclay Brook Brookside. Enrollment is declining in Mill Lake Woodland. In fact, Mill Lake Woodland does have open classrooms, okay? And enrollment is increasing substantially in Oak Tree Applegarth, okay? So that's why the movement moves in this direction to balance the enrollments. It's the logical move. So again, let me just review, and you'll see it again. Current Oak Tree Applegarth boundary, we would move this section into Barclay Brook Brookside, this section into Barclay Brook Brookside. We move this section out of Barclay Brook Brookside, including JSM celebrations as the only development. We would move that into Mill Lake Woodland, okay? And that would begin to balance out the enrollments over time. So that's how that is working in terms of that's the redistricting model, okay? Okay. Now let's take a look at the history, the enrollment history. As you can see, in 2008-09, there were a total of 5,380 students in this district. That number jumped to 6,361. And that's a huge, huge increase. And keep in mind that the recession was in the middle of that. So in spite of the recession, this district has absolutely grown at an incredible rate. Now, if we go to the bottom and we include the new housing units, this district will go up to 7,396 units, probably beyond 2019 and 20, but that is the planning number that the district needs to use in terms of creating classroom space. On the bottom, and as you see on the left, you see the annual growth rate, and that's where the 1,035 net comes in. If you go across the bottom, there are two numbers, or there are two tables on the bottom. Okay, the first is the cohort projection. What the cohort projection is, that's the baseline enrollment projection. It's what you do to create an enrollment projection based upon student enrollment history and not counting any new developments or any new housing. As you could see, that if there were no developments and no new housing, your district would come to about 6,700 students, manageable. With the new housing, when you add all of that in, we're talking about 7,396 students. So we're looking at an increase from the current opening of 6,361 to what would have been 6,700, which is kind of in line with what's happened in the past, to almost 7,400 kids. That's based upon the added new housing. And these graphs, I'm just going to show you a series of graphs, and again, these are going to be online tomorrow. These show you the trend lines, actually, of where, of where this enrollment is going. This is the entire district with new housing. These are the K-5 enrollments with new housing. K2, 3, 5, but okay, you get the idea. This is the middle school with new housing, and the middle school is already tremendously overcrowded, and I believe there's going to be some new construction this summer to relieve a little bit of it. And the high school. And the high school, when it hits about here, goes over capacity and goes all the way up to almost 2,600 students. So this growth not only impacts the elementary schools, it impacts the middle school and the high school, but of course there's no redistricting because they're district-wide schools. Now, just again, this is a close-up of the changes. This is the Barclay Brook. The solid line is the Barclay Brook boundary. This is the movement to Oak Tree Applegarth. This is the movement, I'm from Oak Tree Applegarth, and this is from Oak Tree Applegarth. So the blue is the new attendance zone or the recommended redistricted attendance zone for Barclay Brook Brookside. Now let's take a look at what's happening at Barclay Brook Brookside. This is going to be a little tricky to understand, so I'll try to do my best to explain it. If you take a look at the enrollment, K-5, let's just take K-5 for a moment, enrollment. It went from 886 to 859. That's the total number of students that existed, that went to K-5 Barclay Brook Brookside. The 790 is not a reflection of that. The 790 does not equate to the current enrollment. What I needed to do is I needed to take the new attendance zone, take the kids living in that attendance zone, and create a number so I could create a new projection for that particular school. Okay, so in other words, that 790 represents that if we redistricted today, there would be 790 K-5 students living in Barclay Brook Brookside. Am I clear on that? Do you follow what I said? Because I don't want people to walk away and say, we don't have 790 kids in those two schools, we have more. You do. But this is based upon the redistricted boundaries. I needed to do a projection to see if the redistricted boundaries would hold up. In doing that, you take a look, you'll see that the Barclay Brook Brookside enrollment with the redistricted boundaries is showing a decline. It's not a significant decline, but it's enough of a decline to show that that growth is stopping in that area, unless, of course, some new development comes in, but I think that area is beginning to get a bit built out, and I'm not including JSM celebrations in the Barclay Brookside area. So overall, Barclay Brook enrollment is declining, and could handle, with the new attendance zone, and can handle students that are coming in from Applegarth. What this table is, and I know it's impossible for you to see, okay? What this table is the table that lays out the number of classrooms needed in the buildings for each of the next 5 years based upon this projection, based upon the redistricted zones, the average class size, and any rooms that might be left over for other kinds of programs. With this redistricting boundary, Barclay Brook and Brookside have room to grow, have room for either class size reduction or to accept new students or to take on district-wide programs if need be. So with this redistricted boundary, and keep in mind also that Barclay Brook lost 6 portables. So those are gone. So we're only basing this on 21 classrooms. We worked with the principals of both schools, and they agree. They're in agreement with this. They're supportive of this. And there's no cut in any programs. There's no music on a cart. There's no art on a cart. All of the programs that exist in the building stay intact in this redistricting plan. Okay. Now, Mill Lake Woodland. Okay, the red outline, that's the current attendance zone. The entire purple or violet, whatever that color is the projected redistricted zone for Mill Lake Woodland. Again, like with Barclay Brook Brookside, I took all of the students that live inside the new zone and created, and it came out to 1,076 K-5 students. So then I projected off that number. Now, everybody, I think, is aware that that's the area where there's the most decline in enrollment, and even with the redistricted boundaries, you'll see there are 1,076, it goes to 1,001, and it declines all the way to 826. So what you're looking at is with the new redistricted boundaries, projected decline in enrollment in Barclay Brook Brookside, and a projected decline in enrollment in Mill Lake Woodland, in those two schools. So, and as those enrollments decline, classrooms open up. And if we look at this chart, again, this is going to be online tomorrow, so you can do a little more analysis at home. This shows, again, the number of classrooms being used, and everything going forward, the enrollment diminishes, it frees up more classroom space for either other district-wide programs or for class size reduction. But if you look, the one issue that may occur for 1 year, and according to the principal, it probably won't happen based upon kindergarten registration. They may have to put music on a cart in this school for 1 year, but I think we said that was pretty unlikely, correct? Yeah, okay. That was a yes, in case you didn't hear it. But after that, the numbers of the classroom space increases almost geometrically. Okay, and again, this is within the redistricted boundaries. Okay, and again, giving you an idea that there's room for growth in Barclay Brook and Brookside. Now we get to Oak Tree Applegarth. Okay, Oak Tree Applegarth now becomes the green area. It's here, around like this, and up to here. So Barclay Brook Brookside gives up two areas to Barclay Brook Brookside. And let's look at the enrollment. Again, that 810 represents the total number of K-5 students that live within the redistricted boundary. I needed to project off that particular number. So if we take a look at that 810 becomes 990, that 990 becomes 1042, 1042 to 1077, all the way up to 1133. So we're talking substantially over 300 new elementary school students based upon the new housing construction coming into Oak Tree Applegarth. But based upon the new redistricted boundary, we went through this, and with the possible exception of the out years, 2018 and 19, okay, there's enough classroom space between the two schools, and there's possibilities. The only school that may run short of classrooms in 2018-19 is Oak Tree. But there's enough space in Applegarth in that year to move a program over there if they have to pick up the classroom space. So again, the principals do support that this is all doable. They've looked at these charts. They've gone through them with me. They've looked at the room counts. We've reviewed the floor plans with Jerry Tague. We've done the counts over and over again. We're absolutely certain about these numbers, okay? And again, based upon what we know is coming into the district. And again, and so here's the big question, okay? How many students will have to be moved as a result of this? Okay, so from the total Oak Tree Applegarth to Barclay Brook is 202 students. We're getting out of Oak Tree Barclay Brook. From Barclay Brook Brookside to Mill Lake, we're moving a total of 259 students. Again, it's based upon current population in the new redistricted boundaries. That is a total student movement of 461. Based upon an elementary enrollment K-5 of 2,359, that's 19.5%, or it's almost 20% of the elementary school students are moved in this scenario. Okay. Now, if you're looking at this table, what this table is, this 1 through 5 is really your current K-4. Okay? In other words, I was looking at this for September 2015. So grades 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are really currently kindergarten, first, second, third, and fourth, because next year's kindergarten students will not be moved. They're going to go to the school in which they're registered, and the fifth graders will be off and into the middle school. Okay, so that's why that says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, although it's actually currently K through 4. And finally, final comments. Okay, the residential housing information is based upon the latest data as of this month, as of a week ago actually, provided to me by the township and through the municipal planning board. That data is available to you. I believe it's even online. You can look at all of the developments, all of the sites, the section, block, and lot numbers, the number of units, those designated for residential, for non-age restricted. So that information, public information, it's available. I'm fairly certain it's online. If not, you can request it from the Planning and Zoning Board. The housing yield factors are based upon the Rutgers Center for Urban Studies and Statistics. If you're interested in looking at that, it's online. You just key in who lives in New Jersey. And if you just key in it, the study will come up. And I warn you, the study is about 700 pages. I think there is an executive summary for it, but it is broken down by community. It is broken down by it's broken down by county. It's broken down by community. So you can kind of scroll through till you find Monroe Township to get to see what the yields are like. And also it gives you an in-depth discussion if you're interested in how this study is done. You'll see it's a very complex, very complicated study. As I said, I brought a copy with me. It's hardly bedtime reading. Okay, and finally, the class size is shown post-redistricting for all K-5 schools are in the mid-20 range, 23, 22, 23. This could increase if down the road new construction comes in that we're not aware of. We can only deal with what is certified to be happening from the municipality, which this study does. And with that, I finished my presentation, and we're ready to address questions, I guess? I don't know what the protocol is.
Yes, we will now reopen the public session for questions on this redistricting plan, and then the board will have an opportunity to also ask questions on that.
Is it possible to turn this down and turn the house lights on? It's really kind of...
Interrogation. Are there any members of the public who wish to ask
that.
questions based on this presentation?
Thank you.
Name and address?
Gautam from Freemico Drive. I have a comment about housing yield factor. So without going through 700 pages of Rutgers study.
Can you speak into the microphone?
Oh, sure. Without going through 700 pages of Rutgers study, my educated guess based on new construction that occurred in Monroe for last 5 years for single family houses, I would say the yield is around 1.5 and not 0.7. So, is there any other yield study that was included?
If I didn't understand everything you said, but let me try and answer the question, okay? Okay, we have confirmed 2,323 housing units. Nobody can believe that you can put up 2,323 housing units in a 5-year period, okay? Can't happen, okay? Let me finish, okay? Let me finish my thought. The reason it can't happen is because you need site plans, you need EPA approval, you need a lot of things.
I understand. I know all the procedure. My question actually was a little different. What I'm saying, I'm questioning 0.79 yield that was assumed.
Okay, the question, okay. Over time, that will be the number of students. It may not be in 5 years, but it may be in 7 years, it may be in 8 years, but the point is that we want to make the plan now to meet the need. We don't want to come back here every 2 or 3 years and make a shift. You know, the big development, the 618, that may be down the road, but a lot of the 40, 50, and 60s are going to come in. They're going to jam, and that's going to happen within 5 years. And they're going to jam up Oak Tree, Applegarth. So we want to make a long-range plan, so that the next time that we meet, you'll be meeting my successor because I'll be having mojitos in Cuba. But that's really, it's important that the board, I think someone in the audience pointed out that 5 years ago a plan should have been made, and 3 years ago when I did this, someone said 7 years ago. Now is the time for the board to take action.
No, I agree. I think I commend, this is a great first step. But what I'm saying is I think we are underestimating the need of schools and class size or classes that will be needed based on new housing that is being proposed. That's what I'm saying. Okay. So the yield that we are talking, 0.79, I think that is underestimated. It should be a lot more than 0.79.
Okay. I'm not sure what you want me to answer.
No, but then...
Oh, it's a statement, okay.
No, but even if you have rest of the numbers exact, if the main number, which is the yield, the housing yield, if that number is not convincing,
Okay.
then how can you project the total?
Again, are you referring to the yield ratio?
Yeah, 0.7.
Okay, 0.70, okay. Again, anybody who's in business here, has a business or is in education or whatever, runs statistics. And you know statistics are not what you eyeball. You can be on your block and you could say, I know that every house people are moving with 7 kids.
I understand. I do big data, so I know everything about what you're saying.
The only parameter...
Does the Rutgers study break down by demographics and new construction? Does it do that?
This, again, I'm having a little trouble understanding you, but I think what I'm saying here is this is what you need to rely on when you're doing the counts, okay? Because there's really no other way to do it.
But does the Rutgers studies has a breakdown or a yield based on new construction, new single family?
Again, can you either slow down because I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Basically, I'm saying we should reconsider the housing yield factor.
Okay. Yes, that's correct. What?
Hi, it's Manish Balchandani, 30 Castlebury Way. Very simple question. I'm trying to simplify.
Into the microphone.
I'm trying to simplify what he was trying to question, and I have the same concern. You say the yield factor is 0.70, correct?
0.706 elementary.
0.706.
Right.
Does that, your Bible, say that it is based on the specific age group of the people that are moving in? So
No, it's based...
0.706, does it take into account, which I'm sure you can find out maybe through public records, that most new construction have age groups in the range of mid-20 or late 20s to late 30s, which means most have more than 1 kid. And that is, you don't have to go for the eyeballing. You can probably, there are public records you can find out. If you tell us that yes, 0.70 yield is based on that demographic of the age group, we are fine.
The 0.70...
Our concern is you are underestimating.
Okay. The 0.706 is based upon Rutgers studying Monroe Township, 4 and 5 bedroom homes in Monroe Township specifically in this community. Listen, do you want me to come here and say that every home is 2 kids? I can't do that. I got to do it based upon what the study tells me.
Great. And so I think you're just getting the comments from the general public that, and this is for the board too, that you might want to look into that further. I'm not saying to reject the plan. I'm not suggesting anything of that sort. But this is the general concern. And I'm taking the gentleman's point. It is possible, based on what we are hearing, that if you take the yield of 0.7 and what we are seeing or our observation is, you may have to come back in 3-4 years and say, hey, we may have to again go through redistricting because we underestimated 4 years ago. That's my point.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes,
Name and
Again,
address,
please, into the microphone. It's very difficult to hear up here.
Sorry about that.
Name and
You
address,
spoke
please.
of Orlando for Louis Lane. Second time that I said. Do you understand me now? Okay, good. All right. Long-term projection. You start your speech with a long-term projection, okay? And then
I'm still not hearing. I'm sorry.
You start your speech with a long-term projection, right? When you say that all your study is meant from now to 2020 and later, okay? Then you introduce this factor, 0.76, okay, on housing that you consider 4 or 5 bedrooms, which is way overestimated, okay? Now, you are a demographic, you are not a statistician, right? So, have you used any deviation on your statistics? I don't know, you didn't. You went straight with a linear analysis that a kids of 3rd grade can do it, which doesn't work in this community. Because also, as a structural engineer in construction, I know that you cannot build that number of housing in this short period of time.
I think I was
Therefore, let me finish. Therefore, okay, why rushing and putting a vote tonight on something that is way over conservative. It doesn't work. Your model is not working. And I challenge your model, and if I have any of the parents that want to help, okay, I will hire myself somebody else to prove you wrong.
Okay. Let me make it very clear. I said very clearly at the outset that 2,323 units will not be built in 5 years. But I would appreciate, sir, if you would offer me the same courtesy I offered you. Okay? Thank you. Okay. What I have said clearly is that the board needs to do long-range planning. Very early in the discussions I had with the board, and as recently as Monday, it was said to me, how long out can we plan for? And I said, you need to know what, well, you know, I'll tell you what. I'm not going to argue with you. Here's the deal. You can get the statistics from the township. You can get the enrollment from the school district, okay, and do a study. I mean, you know, I follow protocols from the state education department. I also have been doing this for 25 years in about 250 school districts, okay? I've been rehired by every school district, so I'm not defending myself. I'm just saying that what you see anecdotally is not what is produced statistically. Okay, next question.
Next speaker, please.
Chrissy Skirby, 8 Seminole Court. I was there on Monday night. I listened to the full presentation. I know at the end that those numbers were guaranteed to us. Tonight we come back and there's a whole new set of numbers, new set of maps, and that's being guaranteed to us. I'm very concerned because when I look at these maps, on Monday night there was a large section that's now in blue that was going to be going to Barclay Brook Brookside that is now being put back into Oak Tree Applegarth. There's big development in there with a lot of students. That's now going back to Oak Tree, where on Monday it was going to Barclay Brook Brookside. There's the Forest Gate developments that are 13 to 15 years old. Most of those students are phasing out of elementary school. So you're moving basically only that development and a small area up Federal Road that does not have any large developments with a lot of elementary school children going to Oak Tree Applegarth. You're really not taking a large portion out of Oak Tree and Applegarth to make a difference. And if you look at all of that new construction, that's all getting put into Oak Tree Applegarth.
We agree.
We see in the agenda, there were 17 new students that came into Oak Tree from February to March. It's a real concern, but moving out a development that's already phasing out of elementary school isn't going to fix the overcrowding in Oak Tree. You need to do something with some of that new construction, because as those houses are going up, no, not even as the houses are going up, as people are signing contracts, they are coming into our school. They're not even living in Colts Run right now, but they're coming to our school because they have a contract. That's the real issue here. And I'm not saying that people buying new construction shouldn't go to Oak Tree, but what I'm saying is...
Thank you, Ms. Kirby. Your time is up.
You have to deal with the new construction coming in, not the phasing out developments.
I'm fairly certain that my presentation addressed the construction in Oak Tree Applegarth. And by the way, that little area that you just talked about, that redistricted area, that's 40 children. Not, you know, that the southeast area, that's 40 children. And by doing that, by moving up that boundary, we were able to create the space in Barclay Brook Brookside so that we didn't have to split the third grade. And it still didn't impact Applegarth Oak Tree in any great measure. Remember again that the board has to face, whenever it is, this huge number of kids coming in. They need to plan for it now. It's not something, you can't do it piecemeal. We can't come back every year and take a little piece and move it. It should be done now for the long term, and then move on to do other things that need to be done. Yes, ma'am.
It's Catherine Crowley at 56 Spruce Meadows. So based on what you have said, what the board is basically telling us is that you are not at all putting forward a referendum to build a new elementary school for this town at all. This is the plan going forward. The only referendums that we're talking about is possibly expanding the high school and the middle school. Is that correct?
No,
Well, then, if that's the case, then this,
you didn't let me finish.
okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
This plan is simply to deal with the overcrowding that we presently have in Oak Tree, Applegarth, and it is redistricting just to take care of that overcrowding that is anticipated if we don't do something within the span of the next 5 years. It's a separate issue in terms of whether or not we need to build a new school and what that particular new school would look like. It might be an elementary school, it might be some other kind of school, but no, this does not deal with that issue. This simply deals with how do we find space for every child to have a seat so that the classrooms are not overcrowded.
But yet, you're clearly indicating that 2,000 students are not coming into the district for possibly 7 years. So why are we sitting here moving kids back and forth if you really will put up a referendum? I guess I'm confused about that. I mean, if in 2 years you decide you're going to put up a referendum and we get a school built, then this whole thing it's garbage. It's got to be totally redone. I guess what I'm asking now is, can the board tell us that no, referendum for a new school is off the charts? It's just not even discussable.
It's not being discussed in connection with the redistricting. The Board of Education this year will be looking at the question of a building referendum to take care of our building needs. This simply addresses the overcrowding that we presently have and we know we'll have in the next 2 to 3 years. We have to solve that problem.
So
it's going to take 4 to 5 years to build a new building. Even if we said tonight we want to build a new building, that new building won't be in place ready to use until 4 or 5 years down the road. That's simply how long that takes.
Well, if that's the case, then all those developments that haven't had a shovel put in, they're 5 years out too.
Can I just ask a quick question of the building principals? Do any of you have any class sizes in the 26, 27 range? Do any of you heading towards class sizes in this 26 or 27 range? So we got one school. So 25 and more? Yeah. So we're heading to, but getting up to high class sizes. This redistricting reduces the class sizes. It also does another thing. It balances the class sizes between all of the elementary schools. So you don't have one school averaging 24 and 25 and another averaging 21 and 22. So it's another part of the design. I'm sorry, I just wanted to ask the question. Go ahead.
Hi, Deborah Palella, 15 Louise Lane. First,
Microphone.
I just have, good?
Better.
Okay.
Good.
First, I have a question for the board, so I understand tonight. I understand the presentation is happening. Is the vote deciding for redistricting happening right after this with you, after the public forum? Is that what's happening tonight?
The board will be discussing this plan tonight, and it is possible that there will be a motion dealing with the adoption of this plan.
Okay, thank you. My question in regards to the presentation, I want to make sure I understand this correctly. On one slide, it said that from Oak Tree and Applegarth to Barclay Brook, Brookside will be 202 students moved. From Barclay Brook and Brookside, moving to Mill Lake and Woodland will be 259 students.
Okay.
My understanding, that's a total of 461 students. The difference is 57 children. So we're moving 20% of the population earlier, if I'm understanding, so that we are actually finding room for 57 children. Is there an easier redistricting where we redistrict one neighborhood of 57 children, perhaps, to get that number? It seems like we're moving Barclay Brook and Brookside over to Mill Lake to make room for Applegarth and Oak Tree over at Barclay Brook, but that different number I'm getting is 57. How is that number happening?
I think you're kind of misunderstanding my chart, okay?
Okay, then explain it, please.
Okay. We're reducing the population of Oak Tree, Applegarth by 202 students.
Correct.
By moving those 202 students, we're not doing an exchange. We're doing a movement.
No, you're doing a domino, right?
No, we're
One
not doing an
to the other to the
exchange
other?
between schools. There's no wash here.
Okay.
It's not taking, I could understand your argument if we were taking a section of Oak Tree, Applegarth, moving it to Barclay Brook, and then taking a section of Barclay Brook, moving it to Oak Tree, Applegarth.
Right.
That's not being done. There's no wash here. We're taking, Oak Tree, Applegarth is a sending school. It's sending 202 students.
Sending.
The closest school to them, to the areas I'm sending, is Barclay Brook. To create space in Barclay Brook, okay, I need to move those 259 students out. Now, I understand where you're getting the 57 students. Why can't those 57 students be left in Barclay Brook? Because if you do that, Barclay Brook will not have the classroom space to handle those students.
I'm not saying leave 57 children I'm saying not move 202 and 259. It seems that there only needs to be moved to 57.
I am completely not understanding what you're saying. Okay, because again, I'm just completely at a loss, because keep in mind, we're taking, here's a bucket.
Okay, maybe I am miscommunicating to you. I'm gonna try it because I'm not communicating. I am understanding that 202 students are being sent from one school, which is Oak Tree and Applegarth, and you need to make room for them. They're sending to Barclay Brook and Brookside. Okay, that's 202 students. But now you need to find room for those 202 students, so we need to send them to Mill Lake and Woodland, so now we have room at Barclay Brook, right? So now you're sending them away.
I'm sorry, but your time is up.
Okay, I'd like the question answered then, if he's not understanding it.
Sir, the anger has
Let
to
it-
stop.
okay,
This is a discussion.
you go.
So stop being so angry, okay? We're discussing this. I'm trying to explain. I think that there, I want to explain again to you
Yes.
what I'm talking about. Okay, and if anybody in the board can help me out, please do. We're taking we need to reduce Oak Tree Apple. We need to reduce it, okay? We can't put any more kids in them because they're beginning a load of kids from the new house. Are we agreed on that?
The immediate new housing or the 5-year housing?
Are we agreed that we move, okay. So the question is, we need to move, if we do this in bulk, we're taking 202 kids out of Oak Tree Applegarth, moving to Barclay Brook. To accommodate them, we have to create space in Barclay Brook. Where's there room for the kids in Barclay Brook? It's in Mill Lake Woodland. So we take the 259 out of Barclay Brook, out of Barclay Brook, Brookside, and move into Mill Lake Woodland. That's right. So now we have a balance in all of the buildings. And that balance is the long-range plan that the board is talking about tonight. We're moving 57 more kids out of Barclay Brook to Mill Lake Woods. I agree with that. But that's
More than you need to,
that's
okay.
because of breakage.
Okay.
The concept
Sure,
of breakage.
but the overall number, though, of our entire district then is the 20% number that we're moving.
20% of all elementary school kids are moving.
Right, which to me is a high number.
Sorry?
It's a high number. 1 out of every 5 children's lives are being disrupted with the move.
To accomplish this goal, that's what needs to be done.
Okay.
Next speaker.
Miriam Lavin, 42 Narrows Way, Forest Gate
Let me just
Community.
interrupt you 1 second, please. When you come to the microphone, please state your question, listen to the answer, and that's the end of it. It's not going to be a debate. We could be here all night if we go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So make sure you state the question that you have. Dr. Haber will then answer the question. I do not expect a debate to be taking place between Dr. Haber and a member of our public. I mean, we could be here until 3 o'clock in the morning, and you know, it's just not productive. Thank you. Go ahead.
I actually have a statement to make, not debate. My statement is to the board to please consider the impact to these children. My older daughter did have to get bused to Barclay Brook, and it was a 40-minute commute for her. These are 7.5-year-old children that we are talking about. There is no quick route from the Forest Gate communities to Barclay Brook. That dock road is closed. You cannot exit through there. You have to come back around. So I believe that there was a fallacy in the information previously provided because you can't go out that side of Forest Gate. You have to come back around. It's about a 40-minute commute as compared to being on Lynx Drive, one straight road to Oak Tree and Applegarth. And these are young kids that are going on a much longer bus commute and are being moved out, booted out of their schools that they've been in. And I'm asking the board to please consider the impact on these young children that are happening.
Thank you.
You're good, bro? You want to say something? You're good?
Beg your pardon? Yes, I'll bring, Mr. Foy?
Yeah, go ahead.
Very briefly, our transportation department has been intimately involved in the redistricting study, and that statement is false. There is no transportation hiccup at all with the redistricting plan. No student will be on a bus for an inordinate amount of time.
Next speaker.
Ghazala Bora, 1 Miko Drive. I don't have a question for you, but I have a question for the board. Mr. President, a few meetings ago when the first report came out through the ad hoc committee, it was kind of, this came from the public, that can we get another demographer to look, can we get revised numbers? Now, I'm going to put this in a layman's thought, that if I have, and sorry to be so sadistic about it, but if I have a terminal disease and I need to find a cure for it, and a doctor that I'm going to says, cut an arm off, I would want to get a second opinion. So I, as a taxpayer for the town, am requesting or asking the board that I know this is a proposed plan, but to all our common sense, this plan, the numbers are not adding up. I live in a development of 12 homes. We send 16 people to Barclay Brook, Brookside, 16 children every day on the bus. So the numbers, that 0.706 does not add up. This is not a long-term plan from the way we are looking at it. This plan is going to get us into another redistricting map within 2 years, and we would have moved kids for no reason. Our request as a community is not to rush into this, because this does not look like it is well thought out. Can we please get another opinion and another plan that more people are in agreement to, and that affects lesser number of kids, and it's more long-term, and it does not outgrow itself within a year. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you for your comment.
Hi, Amaya Makowitz, 16 Dominic Drive. My first question for the board, I guess, is what is considered to be an inordinate amount of time to be on a bus?
I didn't understand the question.
Mr. Boyd, that cannot be determined at the time, but our transportation department has felt, I'll give you an estimate, okay? To satisfy the groans, 45 minutes would be the maximum we would want an elementary age student on the bus. This would be under that. We're looking at stuff in the 30-minute range. There's this hysteria that's building up over this transportation question. This was emailed to me earlier, and it's false. There's no child who's going to be an inordinate amount of time on the bus. Take our word for that.
Okay, the reason I asked is because we live in Woods Edge, which is 1.5 miles from Barclay Brook and Brookside, and in kindergarten, my kids were on the bus for 45 minutes. They would fall asleep every day on the way to school, and I started driving them because it was insane. So now we're going to go from 1.5 miles to Barclay Brook and Brookside to 4.5 miles to these other schools. So we're going to run into the same problem. So you're going to have more people driving because they're not going to want their kids sitting on the bus that long. How is that more financially responsible for our town to have these buses driving all over Creation to get the kids to other schools when we have closer schools where they can be? I get the redistricting. I understand it. I know it's necessary. I'm not fighting that. My point is there has to be more research, more solutions, more things put in place for this to happen. It's being rushed. It can wait another year. I know some of you have said it can wait another year. There are kids that are going to go to 3 schools in 3 years. My daughter's one of them. I have a son, too, who will be impacted, but he's down the road. I'm not as worried about him. She's in 4th grade. She's in Brookside now. She'll be in Woodland next year, and she'll be in middle school the year after. That's not fair for a 4th grader. I understand the need for it. It's just something's not right. You've all been parents. Some of you are grandparents. Look at it that way. Have a heart, please. Okay, I'm just asking, please delay it 1 year. That's all I'm asking. Keep us informed. Let us know what's going on. Don't make us read about it on social media. Keep it fair, okay? We try to do what we can for the town. You guys do what you can. You're here as volunteers. We get it. We appreciate it. Please do what's right. That's all I'm asking for. And I hope you understood. I'm sorry.
Speaker.
Hi, good evening. Angela Varios, 5 Nicholas Avenue. This is probably a fait accompli. However, I do feel I need to speak my piece about this. And I tend to look at these things more long-term effect to the child. 45 minutes, 30 minutes is too long to sit on a bus. But when my son, who's now 7, is 23, is an extra 5 or 10 minutes on the bus, hopefully that's it, really going to matter? Probably not. However, my son has some social issues that he's working on with the school. Fantastic team of teachers, and the social worker, Mrs. Mahoney, the principal, has been outstanding working with my son. The speech therapist, his teachers, for 2 years. If he moves to the other school, we start again, ground zero, developing those relationships, developing those rapports that have been so beneficial to my child for the last 2 years. And that will all be gone. That will affect my child when he's 23 years old, not sitting on the bus for an extra 10 minutes when he's 7. But the socialization, the attention, the love and support he's getting from that child study team, that I cannot just live with moving and starting again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Marina Todoric, 224 Federal Road. I was just wondering, would it make more sense to take the children coming into the school district and then sending them to the different schools rather than taking the children who are established and have just love their schools and have relationships with their teachers and their principals? And I think it would be too traumatic for these children to be switched out of their schools and to have the new children who are coming into the town and have them go to the appropriate schools. Wouldn't that be easier and make more sense?
Okay. Thank you.
Lorianne Fernandez, 24 Cassandra Court. I have a question. I'm really confused. When is the new when is this building happening? When are the new kids coming in? When are the families moving in? Is it 2-3 years, or is it 5 to 7 years?
I'm down here because it's just easy to hear the reverberation from backstage. It's over a period of time. Some of the developments have shovel and ground now. Some will have shovel and ground next year.
What does shovel and ground now mean? I'm not a construction person.
Houses are under construction.
Okay.
You drive around, you see houses under construction. The point is, and I really want to stress this point, the point is that the town, and we had some discussions with the town administrators as early as Tuesday, as late as Tuesday this week. The town has told us in no uncertain terms, these 2,323 units are coming in. Nobody can predict exactly when they're coming in. We understand that. They can come in a rush for some of the smaller developments, 50, 60, 70, 80s. They could take more time, 6 or 7 years for the 618s. But the fact is they're going to happen. We know now that Oak Tree, Applegarth are getting jammed up. They are very crowded. We also know that Mill Lake Woodland has open and empty classrooms. So we know that we can make moves now that will prevent us from having to do this next year and the year after and the year after that. Earlier in discussion, there were people talking about long-term solutions. We are looking, or the board, I guess, is looking to make a long-term solution to get them to wherever they have to go in the future.
But my question still isn't answered. When is this happening? You don't even know, and we're in a rush to do this? I feel like I'm sitting here and my kid's a number. Like, we have 6, 7-year-old, 8-year-old kids who love their principals, their guidance counselors, love their cafeteria, and made friends, and now they're being told they're going to go to a new school. And then next year they may go to a new school. Is this a Band-Aid or a solution? And again, you're all parents and grandparents. You have no idea the effect it has on our little children, especially when you have a child who is scared to death to go to school and has worked so hard to get to know Miss Mahoney and to get to know that guidance counselor who finally wakes up every morning and smiles to go to school after 2 years.
Okay, we will allow one more speaker and then we have to move on. One more speaker, the lady there standing, did you want to speak? This will be the final speaker.
Hi, Lisa Cutro, 230 Old Forge Road. So I've been to multiple meetings about the redistricting, and I do understand the problem that we're facing. I don't think that anyone here would say that we don't have an issue with overcrowding, and I also understand the need to want to plan ahead. I do, however, think that as much as we want to plan ahead, equal thought should be given to who is currently in the schools. So we seem to be putting a lot of emphasis on making sure children that will be coming into the schools 3, 5, and 7 years from now are accommodated possibly at the expense of the kids who are currently in the schools. And I think that everybody on the board wants to do the right thing for all the kids. I've talked to a lot of the board members personally. I do see that there is a lot of interest and caring to make sure the kids are accommodated, but I feel like we might be putting too much focus on 7 years from now and not necessarily on today's kids. So if there is a possibility to be able to phase in some redistricting, not make it so much of a traumatic thing, moving so many kids at once, having second graders be in 3 schools in 3 years, having fifth graders be in 3 schools in 3 years. If there is another way that it could be scaled down, back down a little, we should look at that. And if the thing that's preventing us from looking at is we think we have to do it right now so it can be ready for September, then we're doing it too fast. And we need to slow down in some way and accommodate the current students and accommodate the future students. And that's the point that I would like to make.
Thank you. The public session is now closed, and the board will now have an opportunity to ask Dr. Haber any questions regarding this plan. Mr. Ryback?
I'm going to use the mic so the audience can hear Dr. Haber. On page 7, I don't know if this would affect anything, but yeah. I think it's important for everyone to see. I don't know if this would affect ultimately the numbers, but just some questions I had about the makeup of 2 developments. It's page 7. Okay. On the JSM Marketplace, I know the application, if I'm not mistaken, hasn't been approved yet. You have 618 single-family homes. Actuality, it's a combination of 3-bedroom townhomes and 2-bedroom apartments.
What is?
The Marketplace.
Which one?
The Marketplace, JSM Marketplace. The application hasn't been approved officially yet. But you have it listed as 618 single-family homes, but there are no single-family homes in that development. It's a combination of 3-bedroom townhomes and 2-bedroom apartments. From the financial impact analysis originally presented by the developer, he had 337 3-bedroom townhomes and 234 2-bedroom apartments. So there's no single-family homes there. I thought I lost you.
Which one are you looking at?
The Marketplace, JSM.
Which one?
JSM Marketplace.
Yeah, JSM Marketplace is 600, it says to be built, 618.
Yeah, but you have it listed under, that's my question, you have it listed under single-family homes. There are no there's no single-family homes in that development. It's a combination of 2-bedroom apartments and 3-bedroom townhomes. That's the one on Marketplace is the one on 33.
Excuse me, let me show the gentleman, okay?
Grace.
JSM Marketplace, 618 under-approved homes, 618 to be built.
Yeah, but my question is, the application, I spoke with John Riggs on this, and the application hasn't been approved yet.
No, we understand that.
Right, so I thought maybe you just used the number under single-family homes. My question to you was, does it really matter that it's not all, there's no single-family homes going in that development?
Then I've got to talk to John Roots, because this document
You should.
tells me, this document tells me there is. This, by the way, is the guy, I didn't make this document up, this is from the municipality.
Well, I spoke with him today.
No, but let me just use the mic. Address this about the approval. Oh, sorry.
And I have another question. Yeah.
I'll get back up, and I'm getting a lot of exercise tonight. We spoke with the town manager, and he included these 618 in the 23-23, and he said, yes, they haven't been approved, but he said with certainty that they would be improved. Now, your question is a good one, because according to this sheet, the single-family homes, I will call John tomorrow. Now, if that's the case, it reduces the numbers a bit.
And the other question I had is the celebrations. You have 456 townhouses. Celebrations is about 80 townhomes and about 376 apartments.
Again, you take a look here, the way it's broken down. The way it's broken down is townhouses, but again, we can celebrations is 376 and 80, but I counted for that in the numbers. In other words,
Okay.
since I counted.
I just wanted to be clear.
No, but here, that also was here, but that's right, that's correct.
Okay.
Other questions from the board? Mr. Nothstein?
Dr. Haber, if this redistricting did not take place, what kind of class sizes could we expect to see on the Applegarth Oak Tree schools?
We'll start to see class sizes in excess of 26 and 27.
And this will bring it down to what?
This will bring it into 22, 23 range.
Thank you.
Mr. Haber, I just need to clarify that we are already up to 28 at Oak Tree.
Average across the board, okay? You know, one of 28 and one of 20 average that.
I understand, Dr. Haber. Dr. Haber, I just want to make sure that it's clear to everybody in the audience. You already have class sizes of up to 28 students at Oak Tree. 28. Again, you have class sizes of 28 students at Oak Tree. On the other side of town, you have empty classrooms.
Mr. Haber, I have a question regarding slides 18 and 19. Yes, in slide 18 for the year 2015-16, your projection shows 1,190 students.
What page are you talking about?
18.
18.
18? I got it. Okay, I was looking at the wrong year. Okay, 1,190 on the average, right?
Yes, it shows 1,190. But on slide 19, when I look at the total students for Mill Lake Woodland, I take the students at Mill Lake at 636 and the students at Woodland is 407. There's quite a discrepancy there.
No, the discrepancy is that in the classroom counts, in the classroom, general ed, they can count special ed kids. If you look at the last column, that counts PK. I was looking only at K3, 4, 5. I was looking for classroom space with general ed students.
Okay. All right, but how many special ed and pre-K and all of that is there? Because
those rooms are accounted for. In other words,
I'm simply talking about student enrollments. You have 1,190 projected for Mill Lake Woodland for the year 2015-16. And yet you have, on the next slide, if I add those numbers together, you have 1,043. Now, that's a considerable difference, in my opinion, almost a difference of 150 students. And it doesn't make sense to me that there's that large of a difference.
I'm sorry, you know what? With 22. It was 1,137. I have to look at the numbers. So you think the numbers are a bit lower?
Well, I'm simply saying the numbers should be more consistent. They're not consistent, and that worries me. But let me move on to another point that I'm concerned about.
I want to check that.
Oh, yes, you can make a note to check that. But I noticed that with this particular plan, we would have 11 first grade classes would have 25 to 27 students per class. I am uncomfortable with that. I mean, if we're doing a redistricting, I think first grade classes need to be smaller than 25 to 27 students. And if we're going to redistrict, then we need to keep that in mind. And there's 11 classes in this plan in the first grade that would have that number of students. Once again, you can take another look at it. I'm also concerned with how well this redistricting plan works, because I noticed over that 5-year span, Barclay Brook Brookside, their enrollment will drop by 55 students in terms of the total enrollment. It will drop by 55. Mill Lake Woodland will drop by 366 students over that 5-year period, and yet Oak Tree Applegarth will grow by 323 students. I am uncomfortable with that. It doesn't make sense to me if we're redistricting that we're going to have such an imbalance in terms of how much one school is growing and two other schools are dropping.
It's based on classroom availability.
Sir?
Okay. I'm sorry. Thank you. We're friends again. Anyway. Okay. In doing this distribution, okay, if you take a look, okay, at these sheets, there's workable space for class size reduction. What we haven't worked on are some of the program exchanges that the principals have to do. For example, if you look at Mill Lake Woodland, the 137 students it comes out to class size 27, but we can, with some, we have 3 additional open rooms in Woodland. We can take 1 or 2 of the programs out of Mill Lake, move them into Woodland to create classroom reduction space in Mill Lake. The principals need to, we haven't worked out all of those deals, all those statistics, but that's, we know we have to make some program exchanges to adjust the classroom sizes. If you go down, you'll see the number of classrooms open up as the years go by through the reduction of enrollment. So we are aware of that. We can do the classroom reduction. We have the space to do it. We just have to, we talked about things like moving K-RAP from moving K-RAP from one of the combined schools to the other combined schools, opening up a child study team room that's a full-size classroom that doesn't need to be used for full-size classroom, resource rooms that, that can be reduced. So there are a number of things that we still need to do to get this working in terms of program changes and program reductions. So I agree with that,
Okay, I'm well aware and I'm very sensitive to the overcrowding that we have in some of our schools. And as the president of this board, I'm going to read to you excerpts from a letter of a teacher that works in Oak Tree in grade 2, because she made me even more aware of what that problem is with the overcrowding. And it's almost a 2-page letter, but bear with me, I've really cut it down to just certain select sections. With differentiation and targeted instruction being so important, pulling small groups in is a valuable part of instruction in the classroom. When you have between 25 and 30 students, small groups are not so small, or there are too many small groups that you can't possibly see them all. Trying to manage behavior and taking in large classes, and talking in large classes is quite challenging, especially when you have multiple students who are on behavioral plans. Teachers in each school are given the same amount of money to spend on classroom supplies. Money gets spent faster in those larger classes, and teachers cannot order as much as they can in a smaller class. When hosting classroom celebrations or doing science experiments, teachers often spend some of their own money to purchase supplies. Teachers who have larger class sizes are spending more of their own money on those things. Lines of 25 to 30 students long take a long time to move down the hall. This has been cutting into the students' lunch times as well as the teachers' lunch and prep periods. If more classrooms are needed, it is possible that art and music will be put on carts. Also, special teachers would not have ready access to supplies that might be needed and will take extra time between periods to travel from one class to the next, forcing periods to either end early or start late. Finally, during the winter, when there is indoor recess, the students will be stuck in the classroom all day, except for a 15-minute break for lunch. The kids get cabin fever, and it makes it very hard for them to focus in a room all day long. Similarly, putting basic skills teachers on a cart makes it hard to do quality instruction. Other school professionals such as guidance, CST, speech, OT, reading specialists, nurse, etc. might also be working with increased number of children compared to the other schools. The number of desks in the classroom, and I have been in some of these classrooms, so I know this is quite true. The number of desks in the classroom make it very crowded, which makes it hard to navigate around the room and teach, learn effectively. Now, this comes from one of our second grade teachers in the Oak Tree School. I don't deny that we have a problem with that building being quite overcrowded, and that is why the board must look at how to resolve that problem. We cannot put up a building overnight. It takes quite a few years to do that. To move in trailers is very expensive. We finally have gotten rid of the trailers. That is money spent that we never get back. It is not a capital investment. Not only is it expensive to lease the trailer, it's expensive to set up the infrastructure for that trailer to bring it in, and then when we take it out, we've got to go through the expense of doing that. It is a very expensive proposition to use trailers. So I do not deny, and this board doesn't deny, that we have a problem with particularly the Applegarth Oak Tree schools being very, very crowded, and we've got to do something about it. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Ms. Arminio?
Yes. More of a comment. Well, let me ask a question first. When we were talking about the 200 students in on the final page, though that movement is not scheduled, isn't that moving over time? The 202 students and the 259 students? That makes the redistricting 461 total. Is that?
I'm sorry. That would happen. That would be the change right now.
That would be changing
That's
now.
the-
So in
okay.
September, the possibility that movement would occur in September.
Yes.
And that is projected to last, according to this report, for how long? For up 5 to 6 years?
I think even given the rate of construction, longer than 5 years. I would say seven is a safe guarantee.
So the students that would be impacted some of them would be entering a different school, let's say. Some of them will be entering a different school, not necessarily leaving another one to enter a different school. Someone will be entering a different school for the first time.
Kindergarten students, okay, if I'm hearing you correctly,
Yeah.
kindergarten students would be entering the new school. They would not have changed schools because they'd never been in the
Right.
school, okay? Some of the rest of these children, and again, that last page, by the way, parenthetically, that number is 406, not 595. I just copied it wrong.
Okay.
Okay, anyway, but let's go to the last page. Okay. Oh, is this, nope, not that one. That one. Okay. So where it says grades 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that is actually this year's K 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay.
Those students, if they all moved, that would be the total move. And that's broken down by grade level.
Okay, thank you. My comment is that while Mr. Haber, Dr. Haber has collected this data, we may disagree with it or agree with it. He's not the one building the houses in the community. He is not the one that is responsible for when the houses are developed and when they are closed, and then thus the students in school. Nor is the board, once again. But it is imperative, I think. I've been in this community since, like I said before, 1980, and it is imperative for us to make changes, and this is a gradual change. This isn't an immediate change. We have been thinking about this and worrying about it, and there's a lot of anxiety in the whole community over it for many, many years. I think for myself, I'll speak that we would be remiss if we didn't address these things now. No one wants to do this, but we are compelled to do it. We have no choices. And hopefully we'll move into the future, and if we have a referendum for a new school, we will go through that process as well. It is not pleasant for anyone, certainly not pleasant for the people making the decision. We would all prefer that it was much easier, but I think we would be remiss if we didn't address this now, if we didn't work it out. And certainly the administrators, the principals, the central office is working very hard to try to accommodate each child and the parents' needs as well. And I think that the board is directed, and correct me if I'm wrong, the board is directed to make a decision whether we need redistricting or not. I think everybody agrees we do. The implementation of that may go slower and may be, decided through the administration, through the principals, through the schools. The educators make those decisions. But I think we can all agree that we have a need across the board to make some decision going forward very quickly. So that would be my concern. I mean, it seems to bear out whether the calculations are exactly correct or not. In my personal opinion, I think we're going to have more students than are projected. And I think that it's going to be a more rapid pace. And if the market changes, if the real estate market accelerates, and like you said, going through the recession, it didn't hit us so much. It might have hit the prices, but it didn't hit the building out of Monroe. So if the real estate market starts to accelerate, there will be an acceleration of students into the community. So I think if we don't do this in another year or two, we'll have a public meeting where people will say we were irresponsible for not addressing it. So I just think we need to go forward and make a decision.
Mr. Ryback?
I'd like to make some comments, and I do have a question, but comments first. Safety is a matter that we have to consider. When you have schools that are overcrowded, God forbid, if they have to go to lockdown or even moving through the halls, it could be a dangerous situation when you have overcrowded classrooms. We have many teachers here today. I know they have to work on the student growth objectives, and everyone's looking at the test scores, and the state government, I seem to be down on the state today, but so be it. And the state is making all these rules, but nobody from the state is concerned about your class size. They're concerned about the student scores, but not about the class size. I was in the classroom for 21 years. I know what it's like to teach with a lot of kids. It's very difficult. My hat goes off to you. We have to be very cognizant of that. We have to correct the imbalance in this system so that all our students have equal access to the quality instruction that all of you teachers provide. You're doing a great job, but we have to make it fair for you so that you can do the kind of job that you want to do. We have to give you the resources, and we have to watch the class size because that's extremely important. Dr. Haber, my question to you is, and I guess to the board and Mr. Ventrello, if this plan is accepted, it's not carved in stone. Obviously, it can be tweaked, because I think that would satisfy some people out here as we go along.
I mean, the plan could be tweaked in a couple of ways. Number one, principals have to sit down.
Change, I mean,
and the principals have to sit down and work out the programmatic issues. Okay, teaching staff and things like that. But yeah,
administratively, we have options to wiggle around and maneuver. But the important thing is that this redistricting plan and the change in attendance zones is moved tonight so that we can operate safely with parity amongst the schools next year and not have programs offered on a cart or removed from the budget.
I absolutely feel that we have to move forward, but I just thought that knowing that there is some wiggle room administratively, that might satisfy some questions out there.
Yes. And by wiggle room, I mean once the plan's adopted administratively, of course, we're going to have to make changes along the way because nothing is set in stone. There's things you don't anticipate, and that's why you have an administration.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, then a motion has been prepared that I will read. I move that the Monroe Township Board of Education accept the enrollment projection, facility utilization, and redistricting study prepared by Ross Haber and Associates dated March 2015 and let it be resolved that the Board of Education direct the superintendent and business administrator to redistrict the attendance zones in accordance with that report. Is there a second?
Second.
Who was that? Mr. Kaufman. Okay, Mr. Gorski, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Arminio.
Yes.
Mr. Braverman.
Yes.
Mr. Zarneski.
I abstain.
Thank you. Ms. DeMayo.
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yes.
Mrs. Kolpanowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Nostine.
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso.
Yes.
Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. Poi.
I vote yes, but I must express my displeasure in the report and the concerns that I expressed earlier. I just hope that this is the right direction. I know that that Oak Tree Applegarth has a severe problem, has to be solved. I just wish the plan were a little bit more satisfactory, particularly in terms of those first grade numbers.
That will be reflected in the minutes. Mr. Board President, motion passes.
Let's see where we are. Oh, my God. Okay. At this time, the board will deliberate on the MECA, the Monroe Employees Child Care Academy. And the deliberation is essentially on whether to discontinue this program as of the end of this school year. So the people can make comments. Ms. Kolopanovich?
I need to make a statement before we go into the deliberation of MECA.
Okay.
Can you use your microphone?
Okay. On advice of council, I would like to read the following statement in advance of our discussion and vote on MECA. Recently, a question was raised by the Oak Tree Applegarth PTA president regarding whether it would be ethical for me to vote on this particular motion. Before I cast my vote, I want to be perfectly clear that I consulted with the board attorney, who advised that there is no ethical concern with respect to my participation in this vote. The individual who raised this question expressed a concern regarding my recent attendance as a general member of the PTA at a PTA meeting. During the PTA meeting, a vote was taken concerning whether the PTA should send a petition to the PTA general membership to see if there was interest in supporting the continuation of MECA. I did not vote on that motion. Instead, I remained silent during the vote, as I did with regard to every other vote that was taken that evening. The principals who were in attendance at that meeting also remained silent during the vote and did not vote on the motion. However, there was no call for abstentions or recusals during this particular motion or any other motion that evening. I acted in this regard so as to avoid the very conflict the individual in question is now claiming exists. Additionally, the board attorney referred the individual in question to a school ethics commission advisory opinion which held that a, quote, board member may simultaneously serve as president of the local PTA in the same district, end quote. The commission determined that the two positions were not inherently in conflict, quote, such that a board member's service to the PTA might reasonably be expected to prejudice his independence of judgment in the exercise of his or her official duties, end quote. In fact, the commission found that the two positions were compatible rather than in conflict. In view of the foregoing, I am not conflicted from voting on the motion regarding MECA.
Thank you, Ms. Kolopanovich. Just to remind the board, this was previously on an agenda, and I had asked that it be returned to the Building and Grounds Committee for further discussion. And the Building and Grounds Committee did carry out that discussion, and they wanted the discussion to be done with the full board, and so that's why we are looking at this tonight. So you might consider this a committee of the whole on this particular question, and that's why we are opening the floor. That is, we're opening the time now for the board members to make any comments that they want to about this MECA program. Mr. Braverman?
Let me understand. We're now speaking about MECA?
Yes, if you have any concerns.
And there's no motion on the floor, but I can just, okay.
Not as of yet.
Well, as I recall, about 2 years ago, the Board of Education directed the central office administration to have this program become solvent. And I'd like Mr. Gorski to bring us up to date on that.
Mr. Boyd?
Yes, go ahead.
That is absolutely correct. About 9 months into the operations of Mecca as a standalone segment at the time, there were attendance figures that were not matching the projections, and the fund was losing money, and there was a lot of public criticism, and there was no, at that time, address of the loan. And the board directed Dr. Hamilton to come up with a solvency plan for Mecca. And administration accomplished that by working collaboratively with Marietta Ruella to make early childhood enrichment another segment, and when the two are blended together, the operations were solvent. That's important for the public to understand. There's been some questions about profitability. There are two separate considerations here. One, Mecca as a segment by itself, and the other as a consolidated proprietary funds.
Okay, so we're pretty solvent, actually. So I don't understand what the problem is here with this Board of Education. It's a good program. We're taking care of our own people. Contrary to the gentleman over there that says he feels for you, but he can't afford it, we're talking about pennies. So I'd like to make a motion to maintain this program, maintain the Mecca program. Can I have a second?
I'll second it. I'll second that.
Okay, Kathy seconded it.
Did Kathy precede Jill DeMayo?
Oh, I don't know.
I think Jill seconded it.
Okay. Okay, so the motion has been made. You said to continue it? Well, okay, we'll go with that. To continue Mecca, it has been seconded, and so now we can continue with discussion. Okay, Mr. Nothstein?
Just some questions. When we took over this endeavor of Mecca, we had no business plan. I was pretty outspoken from the other side of the microphone at the time that I knew that this program had potential. My concern was that it really wasn't too well thought out. Currently, the definition of profitability is kind of like a moving target. When some people think of profitability, they are not taking into consideration that we are also spending $70,000 a year extra on the leasing of office space over on Applegarth Road for pupil services, which were displaced when this program came in. So if we were to get rid of Mecca and get rid of ECE, we would see, and move pupil services back into there, we would actually realize a savings right off the bat of $80,000. Now, people can say that that's pennies, but we are always looking at the monetary issues of this district. I realize that this is a great program, and I know that it's a great program because it's being run by the Monroe District Administration and teachers. So I totally get that. But as a board member, I also have a fiduciary responsibility to the taxpayers of Monroe. I don't think it's fair to put their money to benefit basically 35 teachers. So I am voting no for this, this motion. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ryback?
Thank you. Mr. Gorski, a question. Mr. Nostin raised the issue of the rent on the for the offices. Are we wrong in figuring that that rent should be counted as a cost against Mecca?
It's an interesting question. The rent, here's the scenario for the public's benefit. We had special services in the Mill Lake Annex, and special services was displaced into a trailer which required a lease payment and continued the lease to house them while Mecca was created in the annex. From an accounting standpoint, they're two separate transactions, and the lease does not flow into the financial statements of Mecca or affect profitability. However, it's an interesting analysis because it's like an opportunity cost that you have now because you had to move special services, and I understand that. Currently, we have a 3-year lease, and we're going into, I think, year 2 on that lease on the special services rental condo.
I know when I was on the other side of the microphone, they had pupil personnel services in the trailers, and we were spending about $230,000 a year on those trailer rentals. Now we're spending $70,000 a year, and all of this was necessitated to make room for Mecca, which is taking up 5 classrooms. Now, expanding ECE would give us the ability or capability of making about $800,000, if I'm not mistaken, on ECE. And you know, when we were doing our presentation before, I'm looking at district goals. One of the district goals was to raise revenue. I know the board was interested in creative ways of raising revenue. ECE and Falcon Care seem to be very creative ways. ECE is a proven moneymaker. Mecca is a financial loss. I understand the importance of it to the teachers. As I said, I was a young teacher one time. My wife was a young teacher. We needed childcare also. So I do understand that. But we do have a fiduciary responsibility to the public. And I think that, you know, to say that something might be pennies, well, I don't think the public would appreciate that. I think that every cost has to be looked at. And it is quite a bit of money. Up through January 31st, I think we lost almost $43,000, and the operating loss right now is over $13,000. And that doesn't even count the $70,000 in rent a year that we're paying for pupil personnel services. So my vote would be no.
Okay, Ms. Kolopanovich?
I've been a supporter of this program going back many days to the days of Dr. Ferry. And I've stated many times over the years why Mecca did not start off well, so I'm not even going to go there today. It can't always be about the dollars and cents. In the past 3 years, the amount of staff using Mecca has tripled. This is about our staff and hiring and retaining quality people to work in our district and teach our children. This program is an opportunity for our board to offer something to the staff that other districts can't. Our starting salaries are not equivalent to other surrounding districts, so this program is a good attraction for the young employees. And I've heard teachers say to me that they came to Monroe specifically because we have a Mecca program. This is about district morale and the quality of life for our staff. Over half of our district employees signed a petition to keep Mecca intact. They are not going to trust this board if they feel that every program that we have, or this program or any program, we're going to hold over their heads every year. If we're looking at a referendum down the road, we're going to need the support of all of our district employees to help us pass one. And if they don't trust us as a board, we're not going to get their support. Our Mecca parents are willing to work with us to help this program thrive by offering to increase their tuition and eliminate the district-funded lunch snack program to keep it open. Where do you find employees that are willing to raise their tuitions to help us out? Per the information given to the Finance Committee at a meeting on February 18th, there were currently 43 Mecca students and 38 ECE students with no waiting list for a total of 80 students. If we eliminate MECA, there is no guarantee that we will be able to make up the money lost through the MECA program. Plus, there are areas that we just can't put a cost on. How early an employee returns from maternity leave and the amount of sub time we wouldn't have to pay. Reduced employee absenteeism and increased employee productivity. Decreased healthcare costs. Having the school calendar and the child care calendar coincide so that you're not paying for a whole week of child care if you're only working 3 days. The security and peace of mind knowing their children are well cared for in safe, loving environments run by our district. The convenience of having daycare so close to work. Knowing their children are safe and loved allows the staff to do their job to the best of their abilities without worrying about their children. They can concentrate on what they do best, which is teaching our children. This is not just a daycare center, but a learning environment for our students. We all know that when we are less stressed and we're happy at work, we will do a better job. Our MECA parents are happy, and I don't know how you can put a price on that. And I implore our board to find a way to work with our staff and help to continue this absolutely wonderful program.
Anyone else care to make a comment? Mr. Mayo?
I've thought about this long and hard, and I've read every email that has come my way. And I feel that closing MECA is wrong. It was designed as a benefit for the teachers, who are the lowest paid in Middlesex County. It was never meant to be a profit center, but in conjunction with ECE, it does make a profit. There are families who have come to rely on it for their children and feel that their children are well cared for. Although you can't directly measure in dollars employee satisfaction, you can look at employee absenteeism, how quickly employees return to work after having a baby, the retention rate of teachers after maternity leave, and employee morale. I think the discussion should not be about closing MECA, but to ensure that it has a zero impact on the budget on a continuous basis. It was profitable last year, and it can still be profitable this year.
Mr. Kaufman?
I just want to answer a couple of issues that came up tonight. When MECA was originally started, I was in full support. I was there when we all talked about it and thought it would be a great opportunity to provide this type of service to our staff. First thing I want to address is this activity was never, ever, ever meant to turn a profit, because we all agreed that whatever service we provide to our staff, we shouldn't be looking to make a profit. We would be looking for it to cover its costs, but we would never look at it to make a profit. In fact, in a recent, probably about a year or so ago, the question of whether or not we should raise the price of MECA and ECE came up in one of the finance committees. And we were trying to think about what kind of dollar and cents to figure out what we should do. And I believe I made the recommendation that it should never, ever be more than whatever the salary increase for that particular year would be for our staff members. Wouldn't make sense if we have a 2% increase for staff, but we raise the MECA cost 10%. Wouldn't make sense, right? Kind of cutting your nose to spite the face. Unfortunately, as you move the clock forward, we have a situation where ECE now appears to be carrying more of the financial load than MECA. And that's not solving a problem, that's moving a problem. If ECE is bringing more money to the table to turn the combined effort into profitability status, then the ECE parents, in theory, could be paying more because they're covering the cost difference that MECA is coming short on. So it's really not fixing anything. It's really kind of just moving something. And it's not fair to the ECE parents either. If we had a solution or a recommendation that provided a scenario where MECA was covering its costs, that would be a different thing. Right now, the numbers that we've seen, and we don't know what that number could be. If we don't want to say it's all about numbers, right? But if at the end of the day we have to wind up doubling the cost of MECA just to be able to cover the costs, then it may be a numbers thing for some of the people that are currently enrolled in Mecca, because it now is a number thing, right? So until, and I haven't seen it yet, based on the numbers we have reviewed by the board and was discussed during finance, that I can't support something if it's not at least covering its costs. Because again, it was never meant to be a profit-making endeavor, but it has to at least cover its costs, and it's not doing that.
Mr. Poy? Ms. Arminio?
Yes,
I'm sorry.
please.
Yes.
As a program, and I heard everyone's passionate concerns, I agree with that. And hopefully as a progressive person, I would like to think that we could have childcare across the board for our teachers, our community. However, when this program was instituted, it first of all is not a mandated program. It's not a requirement for the district. And secondly, it was formulated as a self-sustaining program. So I was not on the board when this was brought up, but I think that as a board member now, again, our obligation is to make tough decisions, make uncomfortable decisions, and it's not about the money for me at all. It is, except that the money that is not, that the money that is costing can go to mandated programs and needs of the current student population. So I feel that there's a responsibility to use money that would otherwise go as a loss to a program that's not mandated, to put into mandated programs and to increase the educational system that we are responsible for. The other thing is, I do remember, and I could, please correct me if I'm wrong, that during the audit presentation, the auditor did say that the loan, that calculating the cost of the MECA program cannot be even considered profitable until the loan is actually paid off. And Mr. Poy, and if you'll allow Mr. Gorski to correct me if I'm incorrect, but somehow I know that I asked a specific question about that.
The fund has an accumulated deficit, and that accumulated deficit would be reversed approximately the same time the loan is repaid. So that's a fair statement from the auditor.
Okay.
It's not that it wouldn't be profitable. There could be interim times where it is profitable and the segments combined are profitable. But to be able to consider and have a retained earnings and have an accumulated profit, you have to pay back the loan, which is basically eroding the accumulated deficit.
Okay. So again, it would be, for me, about the majority of the students and of the district in its entirety, and the value of all of the instruction that we are mandated to pursue. So I find it a very worthwhile pursuit, but I'm not sure that we can go forward.
Anyone else have comments? Mr. Braverman?
I've been sitting here for a long time tonight, but a lot of years. And a lot of things become very amusing when you've been here long enough and you know some of the stories. Yes, MECA is not a mandated program. But several years ago, one of the board members here, who was going to be voting against MECA, came to our board meeting and needed a summer program for his students and his students' classmates. We didn't have any money in the budget for it. It wasn't a mandated program, but we knew it was a thing to do, and we approved the program. That gentleman tonight will be voting against your MECA program, and you will be losing 5-4. That's the way it goes. I'd like to call the question.
Just hold on, please. You're out of order. I have yet to speak because I wanted everyone else to have an opportunity. I've looked, I too, as Mr. Mayo, and I'm sure many of our other board members, I read every single email about MECA. I looked at the PowerPoint presentation that you sent to us, even though I only got it recently. But I had also looked at the figures because it does come down to that. And I will tell you, when this program was first proposed, I felt that it was something that the Board of Education should not be doing. It simply did not strike me as being within their focus and what they should be all about. They should be dealing with the students that they need to educate, K to 12. They should not be distracted by something of this nature. And I often spoke up as a member of the public, asked a lot of questions about it, made it very clear that I was very opposed to it. So, but taking everything into account, I know that it is of great value to our teachers, and that is important. It does help them to do a better job. Could they find childcare somewhere else? Yes, because if we never had MECA, that's what they would have done. But I move to modify, to amend your motion, Mr. Braverman, and I would like for that amendment to be that MECA continue with a percent increase on the tuition fees so that it not only pays the expenses, but also returns $5,000 per month so we can get that loan paid off. And if you are willing to accept that, I did some calculations. According to my calculations, and I am a former math teacher, by the way, but according to my calculations, and it was even supported by work done independently by a group of MECA parents, it strikes me that we would have to raise the fee by about 20%. Now, and I know because many of the MECA parents said that they were willing to pay more for this, but that is the only way that I would vote to continue with MECA, is if it pays its way and it pays off the loan. Under any other circumstances, I would not support it. So I move to amend your motion. I don't know if there is a second.
Can I ask a question about paying off this loan?
Before we do this? Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm not quite following how the loan is not being paid off between MECA and ECE. To me, it's like a mortgage. It's not something you pay it off all at once. It's like a depreciation. So can you further clarify that for me?
The loan balance as of January 31st, 2015 is $239,029. The loan has been religiously paid back $5,000 a month since the board passed resolution back in, I think, November of 13, moving that the loan be paid back with proceeds of income from the fund.
So,
but it is true that going forward with the increase in expenses that we have this year, that the repayment of that $5,000 per month is not going to be happening. Is that correct, Mr. Gorski?
The loan repayment right now is coming from surplus cash, not from net income being generated. And if the surplus cash dries up, then we will not be able to pay back the loan at $5,000 a month on current performance. That is correct.
Question? Can I ask one?
Certainly.
I know, Mr. Poy, you did your calculations on an estimated 20% increase on the fee. Mike, did you get a chance to run that number through your model? Because, you know, we got all the numbers about the stuff reflective of its profitability and loss. Would you have a number that you could collaborate with on what you think a increase in tuition would be to at least cover the cost?
To answer your question directly, I did not run that scenario through. That's the first time I heard it just now. Mr. Poy and I did talk about this, but it was based upon a hypothetical of a 35% increase in the fund. And I believe, and I hate saying this because I don't have any calculations to back it up, but my gut is that if you increase the fees somewhere between 35 and 40%, that this could become solvent as a segment. It's very difficult to ascertain because the services vary in price structure and they are very fluid.
Okay, so let's do something completely crazy. Let's say the number conservatively is 40%. We have a number of 20% and we have a number that's 40%. Let's say we said 30. We have a unique situation here with a large contingent of MECA consumers in the room. By a show of hands, if that number tests out to 30%, and you're all here, are you saying you're willing to pay 30% more in tuition to continue the program? Just stand up. You have to talk to your president. I just needed to see if there was because not everybody was even too eager.
Mr. Kaufman, there was some a projection that came over on a PowerPoint presentation. There was a consideration of expense. There was a challenge to the accounting of split between the funds, ECE and MECA. There is no expense consideration of cutting out lunches that's going to make this fund profitable. I just want to emphasize that. The only thing that's going to bring this back is a significant price increase in the tuition.
Do we have to put I'm sorry.
You can cut out all the lunches you want. You can stop supplies. That's an immaterial expense. 85 or 90% of the cost of this is salaries and benefits.
Who's going to pay the loan if MECA closes?
Mr. Boyd?
There's a motion on the table.
We need a call to order.
All right. Please, the floor is really not open, and I apologize, because I know Mr. Kaufman asked for some kind of a straw poll there, but...
well, it's important only because if you're going to, if
I understand
like
that.
you're recommending of increasing the tuition is 20, and your constituents aren't willing to pay it, that's a torpedo right there, so...
Well, Mr. Boyd?
Ms. Koloponowicz?
Why don't we, I would second your motion if we don't use a specific percentage, but we work out the percentage and see what it is. We work with them to figure out how much we can grow that program. I mean, to say 20% or 40% or 50% right now, we really can't do that.
Mr. Poit, we had 2 finance committee meetings on this. Never has this issue about coming up with a solvency plan for this specific segment come up, and it's really inappropriate to bring it up at the meeting now to try to throw a dart if it's 20%, 30%. I caution the board against that. If that's the board's direction to make MECA as a segment solvent, it has to go back to finance committee, and it has to involve Sharon Jensen. It has to involve enrollment projections, cost projections, to have an intelligent answer to that.
Mr. Braver. No, Mr. Braver.
Mr. Ryback?
I'm having a problem, with all due respect, Mr. Foy, with what you were proposing. You know, if I'm not mistaken, when MECA was first proposed, the superintendent at the time opened it based on a survey and not deposits in hand, or, it seems to me a kind of haphazard way of doing this. We don't have the figures. We know that it has not been, we know that it's been operating at quite a loss. We don't know what it will bring. We don't know. We're asking people now, last minute, if they would go a 30% rate. I don't think they really could make that decision. I don't think it's fair for us to make a decision on it. I think we have to move forward to either approve it or disapprove it, and then, in the future, who knows what will be. But right now, we have to work on a motion. We can't make a decision based on what you were proposing with 30%. We don't know what it'll be. We know it's operating at a loss. We've been there for 3 years. It's a difficult decision. I certainly understand the emotions here. I read every letter also, but we do have a fiduciary responsibility, and continuing with this new proposal seems to me kind of haphazard, And with all due respect, I know you mean well, but I think that it's creating an unfair situation for the board as well as for the people in the audience.
There's a motion on the floor. Is there a second to Mr. Poy's motion?
What is Mr. Poy's motion?
To continue with the program at a percentage increase so that it pays expenses and the loan and is solvent.
Doesn't Mr.
I would second
Can you
that.
speak into the mic, please?
Yeah, I would second that.
Doesn't Mr. Braverman have to amend his motion first?
If a majority of the amendment motion passes, then it's amended.
Okay.
And we have a second now.
Okay, we're doing a roll call vote on the amended motion.
Could you read the amended motion, please?
It is recommended by Mr. Poy to continue with the MECA program at an undefined percent increase so that it pays expenses and the loan and is solvent. First by Mr. Poy, second by Kathy Kolpanich. Should I take a roll call?
Yes,
This
please.
would require a majority of the members eligible to vote on this matter, which in this instance would be 5. And then the motion would be amended. Ms. Arminio,
No.
Mr. Braverman,
I didn't hear the amendment, and I thought you have to vote on the amendment before you vote on the.
we are voting on the amendment now. I'll repeat it for you if you'd like.
Repeat it for
Sure.
me, please.
It is recommended by Mr. Poy to continue with the MECA segment at a percentage increase that is undefined so that it pays its current expenses and the loan and is solvent.
Yes.
Mr. Zarneski.
I abstain.
Thank you. Ms. DeMayo.
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman.
No.
Mrs. Koloponowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Nostine.
No.
Mr. Prezioso.
No.
Mr. Rybeck.
No.
Mr. Poy.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, amendment does not pass. That goes back to the original motion made by Mr. Braverman to continue with the MECA program.
Mr. Nastine?
Just for your point, Mike, I thought that we went over, I don't want to beat a dead horse, but I think I actually asked that question, and I thought it was closer to 65% that we would have had to raise the rates to accomplish this. I know I asked that at the Finance Committee meeting, the second one, because that was a concern. I think that was one of the things that prefaced the second Finance Committee meeting. So I think that
I'm sorry.
I'm
sorry, you're out of order.
As far as the payback of the loan is concerned, I think that if the ECE, according to your projections, we could help an additional 400 students in ECE by eliminating the current MECA program. So my concern is that we can actually help more children by going with the ECE than continuing with the 42 for the MECA. So I just wanted to be clear that I just think that number wasn't anywhere near 20%. It was actually closer to 65%, and I don't think there would have been too much interest at that. And also, the reason I voted no for that amendment was that I think that anything that would have to make this break even would also have to include that $70,000 lease that we're currently obligated due to the MECA. You're right, it's a separate balance sheet, but at the end of the day, it's still a $70,000 cost that I don't think our taxpayers should have to subsidize.
Okay, we will now vote on Mr. Braverman's motion to continue. Ms.
May I
Koloponowicz?
say one last thing? There right now is 38 people in the ECA, Mr. Gorski? 38. Was the number that I have.
I believe that's correct.
There's no guarantee that we're going to get 39 people in the ECE next year. So to eliminate the MECA, because we're expecting 200 ECE students, is kind of ridiculous, because we could be losing the money from both programs. So while the projection was that we would get 200 ECE students and give us $800,000, nothing says that we're going to do that.
Okay, we will now vote on Mr. Braverman's motion. The motion is to continue to maintain the MECA program as it now stands. Mr. Gorski, please do a roll call.
Ms. Arminio.
No.
Mr. Braverman.
Absolutely, yes.
Mr. Zarneski?
Abstain.
Thank you, sir. Ms. DeMayo?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman?
No.
Mrs. Koloponowicz?
Absolutely yes.
Mr. Nostine?
No.
Mr. Prezioso?
No.
Mr. Ryback?
No.
Mr. Poi?
As explained earlier, no.
Mr. Poi, motion to maintain the program does not pass.
Okay, I have one more motion on this matter. It is recommended that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education approve the dissolution of the Monroe Employee Child Care Academy segment at the conclusion of the 2014-15 school year for reasons of economy, budgetary considerations, restructuring of program components in Monroe Township School District, and for other good cause. The interim superintendent and the business administrator board secretary are hereby authorized and directed to take all steps necessary to implement this action of the Board of Education, including but not limited to the provisions of notice to be to all affected individuals as soon as possible. And I'm sorry, but here is a copy of that if you didn't.
Is there a second?
So moved.
Second.
Tom Nostine, second.
Roll call.
Ms. Arminio?
Yes.
Mr. Braverman?
He's out.
Quit.
Absent. Mr. Zarneski?
Abstain.
Thank you, sir. Ms. DeMayo?
No.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Mrs. Koloponowicz?
No.
Mr. Nostine?
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso?
Yes.
Mr. Ryback?
Yes.
Mr. Poi?
Yes.
Mr. Board President, motion to dissolve passes.
Okay, the minutes of the meeting of December the 10th, Public Board of Education meeting, those minutes, I move that we approve them. Are there any corrections?
So moved.
Second.
Doug Poi moved them. Michelle Arminio, second.
Yes.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Abstain.
Jill DeMayo, abstain. Thank you.
Doug,
Yes.
did you take a roll call for the votes on approval of minutes?
That's what
Yes.
we're doing right now.
Yes.
I wanted to, well, we didn't,
Is there a correction?
no, are we voting on this now? Or?
Yes, we're voting on the approval of the minutes.
Okay. We're going to vote on it.
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Motion made by Mr. Poi, second by Ms. Arminio to approve the minutes of the public board meeting December 10th, 2014. Ms. DeMayo abstains.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstention was Ms. DeMayo.
So noted.
Okay. Any recusals?
Please speak up.
Abstention down here.
I'm abstaining. I'm sorry, I
December
just couldn't
10th.
make out what you're saying. For the minutes of December 10th, 2014.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, I move that we approve the minutes of the closed session meeting of December 10th, 2014. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Mr. Nostine. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Abstain.
Jill, abstain.
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 Jill Ryback. I'm sorry, Jill DeMayo. Lou Kaufman.
And Ryback.
Steve Ryback.
Okay.
Feeling delirious.
You ready to go again? Okay, I move that we accept the minutes of the Public Board of Education organization meeting of January 5th, 2015.
Mr. Nostine?
Second.
Moved by Mr. Poi, second by Mr. Nostine.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
None? Okay, very good.
Recusal?
All passed.
Okay. We will now hear any committee reports. Do any committees have a report? Mr. Ryback?
Yeah, well, the Personnel Committee actually met twice. Some was a little overlapping. I'll be brief. February 18th, Mr. Ventrello discussed the process for the principal selection at Mill Lake. We talked about the postings. There was a committee consisting of 3 elementary principals, 2 teachers, non-Mill Lake, 2 parents. The Personnel Committee was in agreement with that. Also, we approved or recommended job description changes for the superintendent. That's in the agenda, so I don't have to state it. It's all laid out in today's agenda. Also, in the discussion on the superintendent's communicating information with the community, which we certainly want to do more of, the committee discussed the possibility of reviving the school story. That was a mailing that was sent out to each household, and we'd like to have it investigated. I'm not sure which committee that would go before, but I think we'd like to see that go before that committee and some investigation start to see if that's a possibility. Would that be the Finance Committee, or which committee would that go before? Or policy?
Who's in charge of the curriculum committee?
Yeah, somebody's not here tonight.
My neighbor. You're
Might
getting
come
it.
under that, under communication curriculum.
Okay.
We'll look into that, Steve.
Okay, and then finally, on March 9th, we met. The committee unanimously approved the hiring of 14 paraprofessionals for the Oak Tree School, as per the superintendent's recommendation, to help alleviate the high class size of 28 in grade 1. The paras will be used for 7 classes, 1 for AM and a different para for PM. This will avoid having to pay benefits. These positions will be terminated at the end of this school year. We've received the resignation of the head football coach for the high school. The current one has taken a position at Sayreville. We'll be looking for a replacement. And finally, this is concerning the Mill Lake principal position. We've received 50 applications for principal of Mill Lake. 16 candidates will be interviewed. A recommendation was made to ask each candidate to develop a writing sample as part of the interview process. Interviewing will begin on Friday. Although the panel will be interviewing, Mr. Ventrello will be making the final decision. Ultimately, the finalists will meet with the Board of Education. Thank you.
Any other committee report? Ms.
Yes, sir.
Kolopovich?
We had a BG&T meeting this past Monday, March 9th. There was only one item on the agenda, which was the enrollment study, the redistricting study, and since we had the presentation already this evening, I'm not going to go into it again. We also had 3 Finance Committee meetings this past month. The first one was held on Wednesday, February 18th. The purpose of the meeting was to discuss MECA, and we already know where that one went. The second Finance Committee meeting was a closed meeting held on February 25th to conduct 2 residency hearings. The first hearing was an appeal of a student by the student's mother from the interim superintendent of schools' preliminary notice of ineligibility with respect to the entitlement of the student to attend school in Monroe Township based on residency. The committee found the weight of the evidence supports the finding that the student is not domiciled in Monroe Township and is recommending a discussion by the full board in closed session this evening. The second hearing was to consider the appeal of 3 students by their mother from the interim superintendent of schools' preliminary notice of ineligibility with respect to the entitlement of the students to attend school in Monroe Township based on residency. At the conclusion of that second hearing, the Finance Committee requested to continue the hearing for the purpose of receiving additional documentary evidence from the administration. As the committee wished to receive more information, the district truancy officer was directed to conduct an additional investigation for the purpose of confirming residency. The parent has disenrolled her children from the Monroe Township School District, and their last day of school in our system will be tomorrow. And our third Finance Committee meeting was held on Monday, March 2nd for the discussion on the preliminary budget, and we also had that tonight, so I'm not going to go back into that again. We've already discussed it. And that concludes my 2 reports.
Ms. Arminio?
The policy, we've only had 1 policy committee so far this year. It seems that the snow has prevented us from all the others. So on February 23rd, we finally had a policy committee meeting. The meetings of the policy committee are open to the public. However, since there is not a quorum of the board membership present, it is a committee meeting for, and no full board meeting, and there is no public forum, but the public is invited to listen. We went through several policies. Most of them were mandated You can see that on your agenda. We did have operational policies, personnel records, public records, and student records. I would encourage all the parents to take a look at the public records and the mandated policy regarding that. There was one operational policy, public participation in board meetings, which would be apropos for this evening. The full committee, except for me, I must say, was in agreement with the changes. I would like to just make a note of the changes to that. On the policy excuse me, I have it here. Policy 0167, the change is that a participant may speak, no participant may speak more than once at each public forum on the same topic at the same meeting. That was agreed to by a majority of the committee. However, I disagree with that. So even as chairperson, I feel that I should go with the majority because that's how the committee works, but I do have a problem with that based on the my interpretation of the Open Public Meetings Act. But I want to be clear that it's number 3, and it says that no participant may speak more than once at each public forum, and there may be more than one public forum in a meeting. And but my issue is that any subject should be addressed to the board from the public. That's what we have public meetings for. That's my personal position. And I also have a little bit of a disagreement with number 5, where it says the presiding officer may interrupt, warn, terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. I certainly don't believe in irreverent or inappropriate or abusive speech. However, I think that irrelevant is a subjective position, and I think every person, even when they're displeased with me, should be able to speak to the board. So that's my report. I would again encourage everybody to go through the policies. Thank you.
Any other committee reports? Okay, at this time, we will hear a report from our superintendent, Mr. Ventrullo.
Mr. President, it is recommended that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education approve board action items number A through J.
So moved. Second.
Okay, roll call vote, Mr.
And before we do that, just to let you know that I just would like to point out for letter F, I gave you a second copy, and that is the draft. You'll see it says school calendar for next year. It says draft on the left-hand side. I gave you 2 calendars. One says draft, one's got a school bus on it. Look at the one that says draft. Just want to let you know is the fact that it has 4 days, 4 snow days on that calendar.
Is there a first and a second on board action items A through J?
Yes, Lou and myself.
Any questions for Mr. Ventrullo?
And if we can, before we do that, as approval, look at please letter J. Look at please letter J. I just want to let you know is that that's the calendar that has the school bus on it. And please turn the page to turn it so this way you're on the back side where it says April. I'm making a recommendation this evening. Mr. President, members of the Board of Education, we have to make up a snow day. As we have to make up that snow day, it had been considered as far as Friday, April the 3rd. If you'll take a look at the calendar on the back of that sheet, you'll see Friday the 3rd. But to the fact that that day is also Good Friday, it also is the beginning of Passover. It also is a state holiday.
Mr. Ventrullo, I'm sorry, could you speak into the mic? I can't hear you.
Absolutely.
Thank
Sure can. Again, as I'm asking the Board of Education then, is that we have to make up a snow day. And I've given you a calendar, and that calendar is the one that has just want to make sure that we're looking at the right one. It has the school bus on it. And if you turn that calendar over, you'll see Friday the 3rd, April the 3rd. We have to make up a snow day.
Yes, I read it. Thank you.
And as I said, we were considering that Friday, the April the 3rd. That is also Good Friday, the beginning of Passover. And a number of our staff and obviously parents want to observe that as a religious holiday. With that said, is that my recommendation is to go to the 10th. Friday the 10th would be a full day of school. It is during the spring break, but we do have to make up that snow day. There are no other days to be considered. We can't do it at the end of the year. We already have graduation in place. Kathy?
Are we doing board action items?
That's what he said, yes.
Oh, did we do personnel
No,
items?
we'll do that next.
Okay, because
It's
I
out of
thought,
order.
I thought
We're
it might have been
doing board
me. I know it's late, okay.
So any other discussion or questions for Mr. Ventrilo on board action items A through J?
Wait a minute. A through J?
Yes.
Board action items A
Not
through J.
personnel, action items.
So, I'm sorry, so the 10th is going to be a day of school,
Yes, that is correct, Jill.
and the 3rd's only going to be a half day?
No, the third is off. Is it a half day or it's off? No,
Third is off.
Third is off. It's full.
It is Good Friday, also Passover begins, and it's a state holiday.
Okay.
Roll call, please.
Okay, this is board action items A through J. First by Mr. Kaufman, second by Mr. Nostine. Ms. Arminio?
And if we're talking about I, with the bylaws, policies, and regulations, I vote yes for all except B 167.
So
Everything
noted.
else is yes.
Mr. Braverman? Absent. Mr. Zarneski?
Yes.
Mr. Tamayo?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman?
Yes.
Mrs. Kolpanowicz?
Yes.
Mr. Nostine?
Yes, except for a policy, Bravo 167.
Mr. Prezioso?
Yes, except for Bravo 127.
Mr. Ryback?
167, sorry.
Yes. Mr. Poi?
Yes.
Mr. Board President, board action items A through J passes. Personnel items.
Yes, personnel items, Mr. Ventrilo.
Mr. President, it is recommended that the members of the, let me go through first. No, I'm going backwards now. Is that right? That's what I'm doing. Mr. President, it is recommended that the members of the Monroe Township Board of Education approve personnel items A through W.
So moved. Second by Lou.
Thank you.
Any discussion or questions? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Arminio?
Yes.
Mr. Braverman's absent still. Mr. Zarneski?
Yes.
Mr. Mayo?
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman? Yes. Mrs. Kolpanowicz?
Yes.
Mr. Nostine?
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso?
Yes.
Mr. Ryback?
Yes.
Mr. Poi?
Yes.
Mr. Board President, personnel items A through W passes. Mr. Ventrello, does that complete your report?
Yes, it does, Mr. Gorski.
Mr. Poi, may I take...
Proceed with yours.
Thank you, sir. Pursuant to the conversation that started before about refunding, previously the board refunded the 2002 series bonds and saved $1,500,859 on that refunding. We also had an opportunity to refund the 2003 series, which saved $2,506,099. This week, we priced bonds for the refunding of the 06 and the 08 series on last Monday. Because of the timing and the very fortunate circumstances of the pricing occurring on Monday, the Board of Education saved $3,898,787 on this refunding for the 2006 and the 2008 series. Had the board waited till Tuesday, market conditions fell apart and we would not have been able to refund the 2008. So, as required, report of the board secretary as to the award of the bonds. In accordance with the provisions of the school bond law, NJSA 18A 24-1, and the resolution adopted by the Monroe Township Board of Education in the County of Middlesex, New Jersey, the board on February 11, 2015, relating to the sale of the school district funding bond series 2015 of the board. I hereby report to the board the results of the sale of said bonds as follows, as delineated in the report handed out earlier and Schedule A. There's no motion that's required. That's just a divulgence of the report. Mr. Board President and members of the Monroe Township Board of Education, it is recommended that board action items A through E be approved by consent. Roll call.
So moved. Second.
Doug Poy and Tom Nostine.
Any questions? Any questions about that? No? Okay, roll call.
Mr. Minio.
Yes,
Mr.
and
Braverman.
thank you, Mr. Gorski, for that.
Thank you. Still absent. Mr. Zarneski.
Yes.
Ms. DeMayo.
Yes.
Mr. Kaufman.
Yes.
Mrs. Kolpanowicz.
Yes.
Mr. Nostine.
Yes.
Mr. Prezioso.
Nice job, Michael, yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Ryback.
Yes.
Mr. Poy.
Yes.
Mr. Board President, board action items A through E passes. That concludes my report. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now hear any other board business. Anyone want to bring up any other board business?
Doug, I'd just like to make a comment on, this Tuesday, I had the pleasure of going to the girls' basketball game, and unfortunately, the results weren't as we all hoped, but we were all so proud of them and their coaches, and I think we have to really shout out, go Falcons to them, because they really deserved it. The sportsmanship on both sides was terrific, and we have every reason to be so proud of them, and as always next year.
Okay, thank you. I do have a statement that I would like to make in terms of my report. I would like to commend our administrators for the relatively smooth park assessments that are occurring this month. The board especially appreciates the preparation and support rendered by our technology staff and the classroom teachers who are helping the students adjust to the new style of testing. Former Governor Tom Kean, who also served as president of Drew University, had a piece in the March 8th issue of the Star-Ledger entitled "Demanding More for Students." I would like to share with you some excerpts from that article. While mentioning the fact that New Jersey students consistently outperform others on standardized tests, he goes on to say, "We cannot relax or feel comfortable. Our children deserve better. In this state and in this country, we must discover our weaknesses and do what is necessary to fix them. Our future depends upon it." He then went on to say, "Park is fully aligned with New Jersey's academic standards. Park's questions are designed by educators, not bureaucrats. 30 teachers review every test item for fairness and efficacy. Now they can truly assess students' grasp of our state's academic standards rather than just memorizing facts. Why would any parent want to opt out of that report?" And those are the quotes from former Governor Kean's article. My own personal view, based on more than 40 years in education, is that the rollout of the park was accompanied by too much political noise. Teachers faced with having part of their annual evaluation based on the outcome of the test in many instances became anxious and transferred that anxiety to our students. Parents became confused from all the media hype, which never accompanied the implementation of statewide testing in the past. Some saw the results of the test as threatening to their child, instead of an opportunity for the school to determine how well our kids are learning, what the standards call for. Schools cannot remain what they were when those parents were in school. We need to give time for the schools to identify what adjustments may be needed, time to identify how to improve the test, which are not perfect. Without most of our students participating in these tests, we will not be able to do that. The results of these tests should not be viewed as a scarlet letter. They are one more measure, but not the only measure of a child's progress. On a different note, the board appreciates the work of our administration and especially its business office in achieving a AA- bond rating, which is the highest attainable bond rating for a school district. Mr. Gorski reported that over $60 million in bonds will be refunded, which will result in a savings of approximately $3.9 million over the life of the bonds. This saving works out to be about $250,000 per year. Fortunately, the pricing of the bonds, as Mr. Gorski mentioned earlier, occurred one day before there was a significant increase in bond yields. At this time, I will read the resolution to go into closed session.
Wait, I'd like to say something.
Oh.
Can I say something?
Yes.
Okay. In response to your talk about the park, as a parent who has watched the formation of the park from the get-go, if this test was so important to the state, then they should have funded it. And we have spent millions of dollars on this test where that money could have gone directly to the education of our students. So as a person, as a board member, I have to support the park. As a parent, I think it's a disgrace what this state has done to our districts regarding the funding of the park.
Mr. Zarneski?
Unofficially, I was asked by someone in Singletary to get a number of students that opted out of park from our district here. So, Mr. V, if you can, when the park testing is over, just give me doesn't have to be the exact number, but a roundabout number on how many students opted out in our district. Also, I'd like to extend a little invitation to all the board members about the Middlesex County board meetings that we have. Our next one is until May 20th, I believe. And I am also entertaining any thoughts on any training or any topics that you'd like to possibly have in the upcoming years. And also as a member of the Legislative Committee for New Jersey School Boards, if you have any questions or topics or any statements you'd like me to put across a legislative committee, please email me those questions. I'll try to have an answer for you. Thank you.
Anyone else? No. Okay, then be it resolved that the Board of Education of the Township of Monroe hereby moves to go into closed session in accordance with the Sunshine Law, Chapter 231 of the Public Laws of 1975 to discuss the following subjects. To discuss student residency matters, to discuss a student matter, and then to hear the superintendent's report on harassment, intimidation, and bullying. This discussion conducted in closed session can be disclosed to the public at such time as the need for confidentiality no longer exists. How much time
We have
do
a
you think
first
we'll
and
need?
a second, a first by Mr. Prezio, second by Mr. Arminio. Less than 5 minutes.
Less than 5 minutes is correct.
Okay, so we anticipate between travel time and getting back here 10 minutes. We have a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Okay, let's go to it. At this time, we will reconvene the board meeting and open the floor to the second public forum. Is there anyone who wants to speak?
You're kidding. Put them with the other, I think they recycle.
I don't know. I just leave them here.
Thomas Petrulowicz, HR Lane.
Wait, say your name again.
Thomas Petrulowicz, HR Lane.
Still didn't get it. Slowly. Thomas Petrulowicz.
Thomas Petrulowicz, HR Lane. All right, so just to clarify, you guys took back April 10th for the snow day?
Yes.
Ain't nobody gonna come to that? I doubt that anybody's, because it's the last Friday of the spring break. I don't think anybody's gonna come to that. So, I don't know, you guys might have to do another thing at the next board meeting just to redo that, so.
Thank you, Tom.
Yeah, no problem.
Nobody's going to school. But don't tell anybody.
I'll be a nice one.
Go
Hi,
ahead.
Patty Lang, 74 McFarland Circle. I'm here again to address the park. I must say I'm very disappointed by your comments, Mr. Board President. The park is not a good test. It was not done by teachers. I had a very well-respected high school student who was here tonight come up to me and explain to me how his AP class has met for no more than 30 minutes in the last 2 weeks. And he said to me, Mrs. Lang, how am I going to pass my AP test? And I put that question to you. How are these children going to pass the AP test, which you're now going to put on us as parents to pay for, by the way, thank you. So how are they going to pass them when they're not having their AP classes? Because their class time has been taken up with park testing. Today, North Carolina, an entire state, voted to remove themselves from the Common Core and park. What is wrong with New Jersey? I put it upon you again. I asked you at the last Board of Ed meeting. Stand up for us as your parents. Stand up for your teachers. Stand up for your students and say enough of this. High stakes testing does not make better schools. And by the way, I have 2 master's degrees in special education, a bachelor's in special education, and before being knocked down by 2 strokes, I was a special educator in LDTC. I know what good teaching is. Good teaching is inspiring. Good teaching is engaging. It is not teaching to a test. And our teachers in this district have spent months prepping these students to pass the PARCC test. We have had children who have come home in tears. We are still getting refusal letters every day, aren't we, Mr. V? Because the parents have had enough. I'm asking you, we voted you in. You might have signed a hypocritical oath with God himself, but we voted you in. Take a stand for us. Stand with the other districts in this state and say enough of this. We trust our teachers. We trust them to teach our children. That's why I moved here to Monroe, because we have great teachers. We have great administrators. PARCC test is ruining education for everybody, and you're destroying a whole generation of kids with this testing. They were in front of the state senate today, and Hespy himself lied to people. We have been lied to left and right about what PARCC testing is. 95% people don't take the test. We're going to lose federal funding. We don't get federal funding, so don't lie to us anymore. We know what the facts are. So please, stop lying to us. Take a stand with us.
Thank you for your comment. Any other comments? The next scheduled Board of Education meeting will be Wednesday, April 15th at 7 p.m. here at the high school. I move that we adjourn the present meeting.
Second.
Is there a second? Yes. Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
I'd like to stay longer.
Okay, passes. Thank you.